it's your chance to be ruthless.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Welcome to Case by Case, and welcome to the Delphi Marathon. For the next 4 days, we're going back to the beginning, back to a small Indiana town, back to February of 2017, back to two young girls named Abigail Williams and Liberty German. On February 13th, 2017, Abby and Libby went out for what should have been an ordinary afternoon at the trails near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi, Indiana. They never came home. The following day, their bodies were found, and from that moment forward, Delphi would never be the same. What began as the investigation into the murders of two children became one of the most debated, complicated, and polarizing criminal cases in America. Because beneath the headlines, beneath the press conferences, beneath the sketches, photographs, search warrants, and courtroom arguments, there are questions that have never completely gone away. Who was really on those trails that afternoon? When did they arrive? When did they leave? Which witness was where and at what time? What does the digital evidence actually tell us? And perhaps the biggest question of all, what happened after 2:13 p.m.? We have a video, we have audio, we have phone records, we have Apple Health data, we have photographs, witness statements, surveillance cameras, cell phone evidence, and years of investigative records. Yet there remains a period of time after that final known activity where the complete sequence of events has never been satisfactorily reconstructed for the public. And the contradictions did not end on February 13th. They multiplied. Witness timelines changed, descriptions changed, memories changed. Accounts from investigators, witnesses, and members of the family have not always fit neatly together. Evidence that should have answered questions sometimes created entirely new ones. Approximately the first 70 days of recorded investigative interviews were later reported missing or unavailable. The case passed through 2 elected prosecutors. Years went by. 1 anniversary became 2, 2 became 3, 3 became 5. From February 13th, 2017 until Richard Allen's arrest on October 26, 2022, 5 years, 8 months, and 13 days had passed. 2,081 days. For more than 2,000 days, the public was asked to wait. Wait for an arrest, wait for answers, wait for investigators to explain how all of the pieces fit together. Then came Richard Allen, a Delphi resident who had spoken with investigators in 2017, a man whose name had not been publicly associated with the investigation for more than 5 years. Suddenly, he was accused of murdering Abby and Libby, and almost overnight, one mystery appeared to have an answer. But an arrest does not erase unanswered questions. A prosecution does not eliminate contradictions, and a conviction does not mean that the public should stop examining the evidence. In America, justice is supposed to demand something more than certainty based on repetition. It demands evidence, it demands transparency, it demands that investigators, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and courts be held to the same standard we expect when someone's freedom and the truth about the deaths of 2 children are at stake. This marathon is not about forgetting Abby and Libby while arguing about Richard Allen. The correct story of what happened to them. Their families deserve the correct story, and the community of Delphi deserves the correct story. And if Richard Allen is responsible, the evidence should be able to withstand the closest examination imaginable. But if the investigation was flawed, if important evidence was lost, if witnesses contradicted one another, if timelines do not reconcile, if potentially significant suspects or evidence were discounted, or if the wrong conclusions were drawn, then those questions cannot simply be buried because a verdict has been returned. Real justice does not fear scrutiny. Real justice survives it.
Good morning. Sorry I was a little bit late. Woo! I've been running like a chicken with my head cut off this morning between the phone, the laptop, up and down the stairs. I am ready just to sit here and chill with you guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Case by Case and day 3 of the Delphi Vault. And I just want to take a minute to say thank you. I'm seeing all these people in the chat who have been with me all 3 days. I appreciate all of you, especially my mods. You guys have been fantastic. And I just, shout out and kudos to all of you. Yeah, today is going, for a lack of better terms, today is going to be a banger. And I had to make some last minute shifts in gears for today because what I had originally spent my evening doing, reorganizing, laying out third-party suspects information. This morning, things got rearranged again. So yes, today is going to be very interesting. And so what we're doing is, yesterday we finished off pretty much with Chris Todd being on, talking about Ron Logan, and Rick Snay is coming on around 12:45. I think. No, it was at 11:45. What did I tell him? I can't even freaking remember. Snay, if you're listening, I'm checking my message. I think I might have gave you the wrong time. Hold on. Did I tell you 11:45 or did I tell you 12:45? Yesterday. So what I plan to do is, because we went out of order yesterday, we went from the search on the 12th, and because of Chris Todd, the guest, I had to kind of, based on his schedule, make room. We jumped over to Ron Logan, and we went halfway through some of the stuff that I have to discuss on Ron Logan. So my plan is this morning is to finish out the search of the morning of the 13th, the discovery of the bodies. And then when Snay comes on, we're going to go back to Ron Logan, because there's an abundance of information about Ron, and we're going to go through it. And then at 2:00, I have a very special guest coming on, and we are going to get into the Delphi Underground. You don't want to miss that. So make sure that you're here by, if you have to dip out for anything like that, make sure that you're here at 2:00, because you're not going to want to miss it. Why does my camera look so strange? Well, let me see something. Okay, maybe it's just me. Under your scars, weird. Still shows notification for 11 a.m., but you're here. Well, I of course, nothing goes smoothly in the world of YouTube and StreamYard. So I had everything uploaded, and the problem is that I have is every now and then because I'm clear upstairs and the Wi-Fi is downstairs in the back family room. Sometimes I lose signal, and if I lose signal and I lose when I cut out, when it comes back, all of my pre-uploads are gone. I have to redo them. So that's what happened. That's why I was running late, because I went downstairs because I made a pizza for breakfast. I had pizza for breakfast, guys. That's fine. But I went downstairs to put a pizza in, and was trying to stuff my face before we went live. Yes, critical thinker. It's a surprise. 2:00. Be here, 2:00. So I came back up and it said something went wrong. And I'm like, fuck. I had to reload everything. And that's not a quick and easy task to do. So yeah, pizza for breakfast is a solid choice. And if I would have had, normally I eat a breakfast of champions, which is cottage cheese with salt and pepper, and then avocado with lime juice, lemon juice, and salt and pepper. That is my go-to every day. That's what I take for breakfast to work every day. So on my first break at work, that's what I eat. No question. Everyone knows what I'm eating. And I have all of that in my refrigerator, but I didn't even have time to sit down there and cut up an avocado and do all that extra stuff. I'm like, turn the oven on, throw it in, let's go. And then I think when Mike gets home from golfing today, he wants pizza tonight. So I'm probably going to have a different choice. Anywho, so I'm waiting to hear back from Rick. Guys, you have no idea. I was up until 2:00 in the morning last night, reorganizing slides. And Mike rolled over and he was like, "Are you kidding me?" And I said, "Shh. But I feel great today. I feel great. And as long as I'm sitting in this chair, I'm really great. So let's get into it. We are going to go. Quester will be joining us probably at some point. He's working on a couple of things, and let me see where I'm at. Okay, here we are. So we left off before Ron Logan yesterday with. We were talking about Ron Logan. We were talking about this transfer station. That's what I needed to add. There's one that I need to add. I forgot about that. This was kind of the argument yesterday. Oh, Chester, I'm glad. Oh my God, I'm so glad that you brought that up. Yeah, if there's an announcement that the jury in the Lindsay Clancy case comes back today, I need chat to blow me up. We might have to cut to that really quick and watch it, but I'm not going to cut to it until the judge is on the bench and the jury's already in. So if you guys are doing a jury watch, please. So please keep me posted. All right. So this was kind of the argument yesterday. The forensic comparison that was done with Ron Logan and BG. And it says, it is impossible to make a perfect comparison between individuals in different photos. However, there can be a recognizable similarities. Comparing suspect A to known person B. So suspect A is BG. Ron Logan is known person B. There are several similarities and one remarkable similarity. A and B both seem to be males of similar height. Okay. Both have similar hip to shoulder width ratio. See, I don't agree with that. And whoever created this, okay, first of all, do you see this white line on the BG jacket? That white line's not there in the regular BG photo. So both have similar hip to shoulder width ratios. Subject B has an unusually large, roundly protruding belly. Subject B has a jacket that appears to be accommodating a belly that is the same size and shape as B. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And I'm going to tell you why. So this photograph of Ron Logan, the maroon shirt that he has on is much more tight fitting and he fills it. The BG has on a poofy jacket and it appears that he's got stuff either in his pockets or in his jacket. So, and the shoulders don't necessarily match for me, but that's just me. Due to the geographical proximity of the scene of B, being Ron Logan, the general similarities of build and the uncommonly large producing belly shared by both A and B, it is a strong possibility that A and B are one and the same individual. This is my determination on Carroll County Sheriff's case, et cetera, on April 20th of 2017, Lois Gibson, certified forensic artist. So guys in the chat, yeah, she drew the white lines, but to me, okay, I'm going to leave it at that. So if you in chat think that this comparison is at 80%, you see 80% of a match, put a 1. If you don't think the comparison is true, then put a 2. And the shoulders and the neckline to me don't match. I guess it might change my opinion if maybe Ron Logan had his hands in his pocket. But to me, even if Bridge Guy's hands were out of his pocket, I don't think that they would fall as long as Ron Logan's arms are. Okay, people are saying too, Smoky Mountain Robinson, oh, you're the smart ass. He said 3, which is not an option. Ron has wider shoulders and thicker legs. There's just something about this that to me, I don't see Ron Logan in BG. I just don't. I mean, can't say that Ron Logan wasn't involved, didn't have knowledge of. Again, you guys know that my path to who did this is wide open. I lean one way more than the other. And literally, the way that I lean, Ron Logan is dead smack in the middle. He can fall on either side of the direction that I lean. The cinch pants match. The drop of the right shoulder matches. The drop of the right shoulder matches. Okay. I'll give you that. But that drop, look at image number 2. The drop of the right shoulder is Ron Logan's left leg forward and BG's right leg forward. So wouldn't that change their stride a little bit? Wouldn't it? I don't know. I'm not a forensic artist. And I didn't know that a forensic artist could do physical comparison body-wise. I'm thinking a forensic artist is somebody who draws. I don't know. Lois Gibson is a trained professional, and this is her expertise. Okay. Exactly, Fiend. They have opposite legs forward. So, all right, let's move on. Rick Snay, if you're listening, check your Facebook. No, I don't think that BG is a female. I really don't. All right, so let's move on. We are going to go to, so based on the transfer station timeline and the aquarium store timeline, we know, so the drives, there's 2 different routes that Ron Logan could have taken. One would take him 32 minutes and one would take him 29 minutes. Now, just remember, from Delphi to Lafayette at this time of day, 5:30 to 6 something, you are pretty much in dead rush hour traffic. I don't know what the rush hour is like on the freeway out there during that time. But we know if RL went the logical route to the aquarium world, he would have passed the Hoosier Harvest Store. So should be on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera between 1600 and 1630. Okay, well, that doesn't help us. He drove a white Ford 250. There is no white truck. There is he should also be on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera returning before 1830. So Pat Brown could see him at home. There is no white pickup traveling east anywhere at this time that we have record of. No witness, no nothing. Therefore, either the story is false or RL went to and from via the long route, avoiding the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. There's a lot of eyewitnesses out there claiming to see a white truck. There was a white pickup truck that was regarded as stolen. There was a white pickup truck at the Mears lot, which ultimately ended up belonging to David Riley. Remember, David Riley came from the vet with his dog and walked his dog. There was a white truck reported at the CPS building that came in by Tina Garrison. A lot of white trucks. And then, of course, our go-to Daniel Pearson also owned a white pickup truck. Okay, you know what I just did? This is how off today I am. I just started going into Ron Logan, which I wasn't supposed to do. Because I'm waiting for Rick Snay. Geez, oh Pete. Okay. Hold on a second here. Let me remove that. remove this. Remove this one. Now, I'm going to hold, sorry guys, I'm kind of a little bit all over the place today. Sunflower says you can't find someone who doesn't exist. Okay, so while we are waiting for Rick Snay, we're going to go back to the actual case itself, not the POI. Sorry, guys, I got a little bit ahead of myself here. I do have an agenda, I promise, today. There's just so much information and so many presentations that I have. Trying to keep it streamlined is a little difficult. So we're going to go on to the morning of the 13th when the girls were found. So let me back up here. So I'm sure all of you guys who have watched Questernize over 50 some episodes of The Vault, hold on a minute here. It's the wrong one. You know that we spent, I think, 2 vaults on the police scanner for the morning of the 13th. Not going to go into it today. However, I have played David Erskine's interview, the volunteer firefighter who was out there when the girls were found. Delphi Marathon 3. There we go. And the scanner backs up David Erskine's claim. The girls were found much earlier. That is a whole different live. We've already gone over it. I had the scanner audio transcribed. There's proof in the scanner that law enforcement is setting up a crime scene unit. There are calls that go out that say caution death. Thank you, Smoky Mountain Robinson. Yeah, there's a goal today. Check out the goal. Thanks, Michelle. Thank you, Smoky Robinson. I won't know until after everything is done if we hit the goals for each day, because it takes several days to populate. But today's goal is, if we reach it, then we'll do a members only tell all. So I'll tell you can ask me anything about me and case related stuff that I'm allowed to answer, and I'll just let it rip. There he is. Hi.
Hiya. Got here.
Oh, I'm scatterbrained today.
Really?
Yeah, the last minute rush, and then I, lost the Wi-Fi signal and everything fell off the screen and I had to reload. That's why I was running late. And I did have to run this morning and get cat food for yours truly, who's sitting here looking at me, because if I didn't, I filled up his bowl this morning, but he emptied it about noon. He would be sitting here looking at me and screaming. So I had to go get cat food because his bag was empty. So yeah, blood pressure's up just a little bit. So we're going back to the 13th, the morning of the 13th, and going over. Right now, I'm talking about the scanner and the bodies being found earlier. And I said that's a whole different life. And the morning of the 13th, it's very interesting because that entire area had been searched the night before, and law enforcement, they were keeping people away for sure. I think I showed that slide yesterday where they were telling everyone to stay away from the last area of where the girls were found because the dogs were working. Mm-hmm. The dogs were not working. It was a lie. So the time of death officially is, I think 12:15. Is it 12:15?
That's the time they said they found them.
Correct. But they really found them around 9:45 a.m.
Dead certain they did, yeah.
I want to make sure I got all this in here. Okay. Pull this up.
Hi, everyone who's saying hello.
Video real, photo fake, phone manipulated. Who said that? Fanboy goddess. Let me say this. Well, okay, let me ask Quester this. Quester, do you think the video is fake?
The DTH?
The BG video.
Yes and no.
Okay, go explain.
It's obviously a genuine video, but it has signs of manipulation, and I'm not even certain it was taken at the time they said it was, because the shadows aren't light. Plus, they say it's Libby taking it, but you cannot see anything that says Libby.
Okay.
There's not enough there to rely on. Go on.
No, where my thought process goes is, I think the video was taken because the phone data shows that there was a video being taken. But I'm on the fence as to, was the video manipulated? And I'm not talking about by law enforcement. Sometimes, like I will play this video in my car on full blast. And there's something about guys down the hill that I feel like there's a splice there.
Yeah.
And it almost sounds like two different people. The guys, to me, sounds like there's a lisp. Guy, like they don't give that g guys. It's more like guys. It's weird. And it could be the same person. I don't know. But at that moment, and I should pull it up. At that moment, I feel there is hesitancy in the air. So Libby to me is acting very nonchalant. Either she's talking to someone, or she's talking to herself, or she could be nervous.
That's assuming that is Libby's voice.
Right. But when Abby runs off the bridge past her, she goes past her. Trust me, Abby knows where the hell she's at. She lives right down the private drive. Libby knows where she's at. They weren't trapped. They were not trapped. But Abby comes back and you hear her breathing, and it's almost like, I feel like at that moment they realize they may be trapped. Like they're waiting to see what's going on around them, what's really going on. If that means someone's at the bottom of the hill, someone's coming from the further right, from further out on the south end, because there's a good 10 seconds before BG makes it off the bridge. Libby, if she was scared, she could have been making that video and talking and kept walking, and Abby could have ran and they could have just taken off. But there's this hesitancy right there, like they're waiting, like they have nowhere to go when they do, but we can't see what's in front of them or what's below them. That's my interpretation of it. So,
well, there's something else that niggles me.
that it what's you?
It niggles me. It eats at me.
Niggles. That's a fucking great word. Okay.
You like that one? It niggles me.
Tell me what niggles you, Quester.
The video itself.
Why?
The fact that we've got it.
Okay.
We have, the story is, Libby standing there with her camera out, videoing all this. BG comes up close, got you, get down the hill, blah, blah, blah. He knows she's got a phone and he knows he's been videoed.
And
so he drags them down, strips them. No, he strips them. Not sure what happens to the phone then. Presumably he holds on to it for them. They then cross the creek. Don't know what happened to the phone there, but somehow it was protected, so he must have held it up high for them. They get over there, he does whatever he does, and then he nicely packs it in a shoe underneath the body and leaves. I could swear at that point, no way would a murderer leave that phone there. No way at all, unless he knew what was on it and believed it would mislead the investigation.
Exactly. Hey, Quester.
No way would he be left it there.
Quester.
Yeah?
Say knickers.
Knickers?
Knickers, yeah. That was a request from the chat, by the way.
Oh, as in the underpants. Knickers.
Knickers. Yeah, Delphi Productions for sure. Or a Daniel Pearson production. There's something diabolical with this phone and the phone data that we just cannot ignore it. Let me go ahead and pull it up, and I just want to show you guys the moment and what I feel as a mother, I guess. What did I do? Let me see here. Video file. The moment that I feel like there's this like entrapment type feeling. Okay. So okay, so the camera's straight up and down right here. And I really still cannot make a determination if Libby is actually trying to capture this guy, because she makes no attempt to. There's like no, I mean, she could have stepped to her left a little bit. And I mean, I would think if someone's got a phone out and is showing that I'm recording you, it might be a deterrent. And if you guys remember some of the videos that I did with my stepdaughter, Vivian, she's, her thought process was, why would she video him? Why wouldn't she just call her mom or dad? Or why didn't she call 911? So this whole thing is odd, but I'll tell you, I'll point out the moment. Don't leave me up here.
See, this is the path that we go down.
Okay, hold on, listen. Abby comes back.
There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
Right here. Like, why are they waiting? If they're feeling threatened, Why are they waiting? They could have went straight. They could have just taken off running. I feel like this is a moment of what the hell is going on right now? That's what I feel like.
Hi.
No, there is no that be a gun. There is no that be a gun. You said Abby calls her a shithead? Oh, let's listen for that.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
This moment right here, this still moment of you hear Abby breathing heavy, and they're just standing there. Why? And no, she doesn't say that be a gun. She's talking about the path that we go down. See, this is the path that we go down. Like a question. This is the path that we go down. I don't hear a gun. Libby's not saying a gun.
Hi.
It's very frustrating. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That be a gun is very important to the prosecution because it allows them to introduce a weapon like a firearm into the case, which is not the angle that they used when they served the search warrant on Ron Logan's property. They weren't looking for a certain caliber of a gun. They weren't looking for a specific round. They didn't say anything about a weapon. In fact, we've gone over the fact that the auctioneer who auctioned off Ron's guns stated he contacted law enforcement because this cache of weapons belonged to a suspect in this case. And he was told, go ahead and sell them. There wasn't a firearm used in this crime. So.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but it has to be a firearm to eject the shell.
Right.
So a firearm, according to them, was used in it.
Right.
So why would they lie so that someone can dispose of guns, rifles, pistols? See, this bullet, it just doesn't ring true. Even to the point of Richard Allen, they found one rogue cartridge tucked in a box near his bed or something. Didn't match any of the other ones he's got. How do you do that then?
Not only that, but I mean, for those of you who follow the trial and for those of you who heard about the crime scene photos, and what a fantastic job. I mean, even Andrea Burkhart commented on how great the photography was about the crime scene. They even had a ladder and climbed up on the ladder to give you a overhead view of the crime scene. Yet we have no distinct photographs of the bullet in its discovery. I do not believe that the bullet was found that day. I just don't.
But we do have one photograph of the bullet, don't we?
We have
on the desk.
We also have it in the crime scene text hand, but
yeah,
it's not. If the photography at the crime scene was that exquisite, okay. When they went back out there after, good old Dan Doolin said, "Oh, guys, you left all the sticks out here with blood on it. You got to come back and get it," 4 days later. And they discover the bullet then. It would not be hard to go back through the crime scene photos and look and go, okay, this right here is where we found the bullet. And it's about 6 to 7 inches away from Libby's foot. okay, we will probably never see the real crime scene photos unless something crazy happens. But I would like to see photographs of the bullet that, there's a difference between taking a picture of the topography or that side of Libby's body and then pointing in the brush and saying, well, see, the bullet's right here. Do you see it? And I don't think that you're going to be able to. Now, if there's 10 or 15 photographs that were taken at the crime scene of the bullet pushed down into the ground, and you can tell the photographer with the girls in the scene, then okay, the bullet was there. So, yeah. Well, look who's here. Hey, with the monkey on your back.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Why is my camera off? Okay, sorry. How are you?
I'm doing good. I have my camera off because I'm getting ready to move soon, so everything is like boxed up and in disarray around me, and it looks terrible. So,
oh, that's okay. You're fine.
I didn't want to give the trolls any ammunition, but I will probably be doing a little bit of packing while I'm talking. So if I sound out of breath or something, that's probably why.
Yeah, that's fine. So welcome to the marathon, Rick Snay. I'm sure everybody in chat is familiar with you. So guys, again, we're going to switch gears. And I apologize. Yesterday was phenomenal. I was able to keep everything on course, but I'm making adjustments for guests and kind of allowing some leeway with the streamline of the case. So forgive me if I'm out of order, but we're going to now jump back to Ron Logan, the first third party suspect, I'm sorry, that we're going to talk about. You're all familiar with Ron Logan. Ron Logan is the man who owned the property where the girls were found. There was 2 search warrants served at his property. He was on probation for driving, for drinking and driving. He didn't have a license, and being on probation, he wasn't allowed to have firearms. He did both. So he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. He did 2. And when Nick McClellan replaced the prosecutor, Robert Ives, Nick McClellan modified his sentence and allowed him to come home on house arrest. So picking up where yesterday left off with Chris Todd here, do you have anything that you want to add to that conversation before we go on? Because what I have right now to go over is kind of new stuff about Ron Logan.
You and I agree on like 90% of everything, because even my theory, as presented in the afterword of my book, that theory does not preclude the involvement of the Paladinos at all. I mean, it's highly possible and maybe even likely, in my opinion, that you're absolutely correct on that as far as the involvement. But yeah, we are not as far apart as you and Chris were. So I think there'll be a lot less back and forth on that regard. So,
well, I don't think that Chris and I we're not so much far apart I think that Chris is not entertaining everything else that's involved in this case.
This is true.
Yeah, he's single-handedly got tunnel vision on Ron Logan, and that's fine. But like I said yesterday, you don't shit where you live, and Ron Logan had, in my personal opinion, Ron Logan had access to women. Even if they were young women, he had access to women. And to put a first-time double homicide in between going to the transfer station and going to a fish store, to me, that's a hard swallow. I just, desecrating his property that he was so protective of and proud of, to me, it's just, it's far-fetched. Now, that doesn't mean that he wasn't aware. But to me, that this all ties back to the drug angle, not a perverted 77-year-old man or 70-year-old man, however old he was, who just decided one day to walk out on the bridge. That, by all accounts, everyone who knew him said that he was terrified of heights, didn't like the bridge, would never let his son Ryan go out on the bridge. And Ron Logan was a avid he wore glasses. And I don't wear glasses full time, only when I'm in front of a computer screen. But if I have to focus, I would wear my glasses. And that bridge is so rickety, ratty that I just don't like. What would make him go out there? And I know that you. So on one hand, Rick, you know it's coming. What would make him go out there is if he was working simultaneously with someone who had been luring the girls out there. That would be really the only way that Ron Logan would know where to be and when. And I know that, you know, you're very adamant that Tony Klein's not involved. How do you, you know, and I'm not, yes, Keegan Kline is a part of this story. Absolutely. But I don't.
Well, you know my position.
What's your
I know
position?
he's part of it. He's part of the story, but I do not believe he turned up at the trials. It's just not the sort of thing that his type of person would do.
I agree. And I think that they had reviewed his cell phones, the data, the GPS. I think they'd gone through it. And if they could have pinned it on him, they would have. And I would say 60% of the Keegan Kline aftermath. And when I'm talking aftermath, I'm talking about when the Wabash River search started. It was Keegan Kline's way of staying relevant in this case because it brought attention. It brought tablet messages. It brought money to his books. He was telling one person one thing, one person another thing, and it kept him feeling like he was still the puppet master when he really didn't have real information to offer. Rick?
Right. As far as Ron Logan being afraid of heights, I've been told that he had a job painting silos, elevated silos.
Really?
I really don't buy into the afraid of heights thing. There is a YouTube creator. It's called Image Analysis and Detection, I believe. And if you go and watch what they have done with the images, they morph the image of Bridge Guy into Ron Logan, and you see, actually, there is a picture of Ron Logan that I've seen. I wish I could find it again. Someone put a picture of Ron Logan, and he's walking, and he's kind of looking down about the same way that Bridge Guy is. And you don't see the bushy mustache, and you don't see the glasses. But then in the very next picture, which, you know, because of the setting and everything, it's obvious that it was, you know, taken shortly after that other picture. He's looking up, and you see the glasses and the bushy mustache. So, and that particular picture I saw, they had the two pictures, and it had the heading over the first one. It said, "Where's the bushy mustache and glasses?" And then in the very next picture, it says, "Oh, there they are." So it is possible that he was wearing the glasses, that Bridge Guy was wearing glasses, and it just didn't show up in the image.
Well, see, and to me, that's almost kind of like wishful thinking because, okay, now we have a man who wears glasses, not wearing glasses, and you can't even determine what we're seeing from the nose below. Depending on, you know, the FBI and ISP has manipulated the Bridge Guy photo so much
Right.
You can't tell if he's got a mustache, a goatee, or if he's wearing a face covering. I don't think on the bridge the man has his face in his sweatshirt like Rayleigh and Bree describe. But Ron Logan's hair is pure white. His mustache is pure white. I would think that would be very distinctive. And you're not seeing that. You're seeing a darker brow here that makes you go, I can't tell what I'm looking at. And I think and Ron Logan's mustache wasn't finely trimmed. It was bushy. It was a white bushy mustache. And it is what it is.
Well, I will say that I have said, and this is what I say, this is what I've said for 3 years, and I continue to say it, that when I look at the bridge guy, I see Ron Logan. That's just me. I do not believe Ron Logan is the killer. I believe that he worked with the killers because he had a need to acquire meth for himself and for his girlfriends so that he could actually keep his supply of sex coming. And as far as being on his property, that was the safest place for him, for the bodies to be if he was involved, because if you go to dump them somewhere else, you have no way of knowing if you're being recorded on someone's camera as you're going there. That's a controlled environment right there. And when you go to that particular place, I assume, have you been to, well, I call the dump site. I don't like to call it the crime scene. I don't believe that Libby or that Abby was killed there. I believe Libby was killed there, but I don't believe Abby was.
See, that's where I completely disagree with that theory. I believe that Abby was killed there, and more than likely not Libby. That's because Abby is fully dressed. Her throat is not cut standing up and her being mobile. And this, what they describe as this boxer pose with her hands in her sleeve of her sweatshirt. This is the one area that Cecil testified. I think it was Cecil. Was it Cecil? Who's the blood expert? I forget his name. It's not Cecil. It's
Oberg?
No.
Was it?
No. Shit, forget his name. Somebody in chat remind me. He described her being in a position of being held down. And her, if you're standing at her shoulders and you're taking a photograph of her, her head is turned to the right. And all of the blood is saturating the hood of the sweatshirt that she's wearing and her back. It's not down the front of her. It's not, her blood is not anywhere really else than underneath of her. That's why I feel that that's where she met her demise. Libby, on the other hand, Libby to me is Cicero. Yes, Amanda, thank you so much. Yes, it's Cicero. Libby to me, on the other hand, appears to be washed. When I say washed, I mean, my best advice to all of you is to go look up the Nicole Brown Simpson crime scene photos. Her throat was cut badly. She's covered from head to toe. And Cicero described Libby as being up and mobile with 4 to 5 vertical cuts. That's not side to side. So that motion horizontal that you would typically think of someone having their throat cut, someone being grabbed from behind, their head being pulled back and horizontally cut across. That's not how Libby was cut. Libby was cut vertically. The front of her should have been covered. From here down, there is no, there might be splatter that you really can't see in the leaked crime scene photos, but there's no pore. And not only does the blood, you literally see a ring like this around her neck of blood, and it looks to have been wiped like a bib. It looks like she's wearing a bib around her neck. That's why I think it's possible Libby was killed somewhere else, and wherever that other place would have been, they doused her with water or they did something before she was put there. That's just my opinion, but.
Well, okay, I'll try to go through these one by one. Abby's position, the position of her arms and everything. Abby is positioned specifically like the Hanged Man tarot card.
She is.
The Hanged Man tarot card's arms are in that exact same position, and that's why her arms are in that position.
But somebody had to put them there.
True, I agree. As far as if you saw the Charlie Kirk video when he was assassinated, that's what happens when you puncture a hole in someone's neck. The blood spurts out like a fountain. It's not going to trickle down and saturate a hoodie.
I did see that video, and you're talking one wound. By the third.
Well, that's all Abby had was one wound.
Well, yes, and it didn't squirt down the front of her.
No, it wouldn't have if she were laying on the ground when she was cut. It wouldn't have spurted down the front of her. It would have spurted out to the side, or because it was in the side of her neck is where the cut was. And to me, the blood would have spread out over the leaves. I don't think it would have, gone down into the ground or into the hoodie, saturated the hoodie. I believe it would have spread out over the leaves, and you can't see that in the crime scene photos. As speaking of the crime scene photos, I'm not sure if we saw the same ones, because Libby did not look washed at all to me. Libby looks like she's a little bit dirty. She looks like she's been roughed up. I do see what you're saying about the cut and everything on the neck. But she looks like she's got blood drizzled on her body, like somebody took it and drizzled it on her body. The soles of her feet are dirty. She's got blood on her hands.
Oh no! You need to send me what you have, and I'll send you what I have, because to me, I'm looking at her feet and I'm going, those feet, barefoot, did not cross the creek.
No, I don't believe they crossed the creek either. I don't believe any of them did.
I don't see the bottom now. Again, these are leaked crime scene photos. They have been here, there, and everywhere.
Right.
They've been filtered. They've been whitewashed. You have the colorization is not great. I mean, obviously you can see the pictures, but I don't see what you're describing in the ones that I have. So that could just be a different set, which you were the one who got some of the first set that were leaked. So that might be
and they're pictures of pictures. They're not actual photos. They are pictures of pictures. As far as Cicero, I say the same thing about him that I say about any of them. How far do we believe him? How much credence do we put into anyone that's connected to law enforcement? They had a story to tell.
Exactly.
So, and they told it their way. They told it so that everything worked out for them. As far as Libby, there's very, very little blood of Abby at the crime scene. And, as according to them, they say it's all in the hoodie. It all sank down. It went down her back or whatever. Libby, there is a huge amount of Libby's blood by the F tree, which is where I believe she was killed. And I don't believe there would be that large amount of blood from Libby at that scene if she was killed somewhere else. I mean, unless they kept it in a bucket and then poured it out, which is possible, I assume.
Well, when Quester and I did, when we got to in the Vault series, when we went over that angle, the odorness angle, the sacrifice angle, there's a lot of connection to that being considered a blot, where it's a bloodletting ceremony where the blood
Right.
is collected, where the blood is collected.
Right.
Now, that is the problem with this case. There is so many avenues to pursue, and you can't eliminate one. You just really can't.
Right. As far as I'll tell you exactly what, because I mentioned it in the afterword of the book. And, people ask me all the time, what is your theory? And I will kind of briefly go over what I believe happened. And you and I start at the same square one, that this is about a debt owed by Derek German. Like I said, the Paladinos could very well have been the middleman between Derek and the cartel. Mm-hmm. The cartels, they like to discourage people from crossing them by their methods that they use. And one of the methods that they use, if you look at, I've watched several documentaries, read a couple books about the cartels, and one of the methods that they use is they don't go after you right away. They go after your family. They go after a member of your family. And a lot of times what they'll do is they will record it and show you your family member being killed. And they tell that person, here's why you're dying. This is who caused your death. So that the last thing they hear is that this person that, crossed the cartels is responsible for their death. And then they get that information to the target, the person who they're pissed at, in this case would be Derek. And, that makes him feel terrible because in this case, he caused the death of his daughter. So we both believe that this has a lot to do with a debt owed by Derek German.
That is one. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And now, here's why I settle where I settle on my theory. There is one, my theory, I believe, answers every question. Okay. How did the girls get out there? Well, Brad Holder, his son, was dating Abby, and everybody knows wherever Abby went, Libby went. It would be very easy for someone to either enlist Logan's help, which I do not believe happened, but it would be very easy for someone to either get his password or use his device to send something to the girl, to Abby, because they were dating and Anna didn't know anything about it. So they had to do it secretly, because if Anna would have found out, Abby probably would have been grounded until she was 18. So he would send her an email and tell her, hey, I'm going to be in town such and such a day, meet me here. Would have been very easy for someone with access to his password or his social accounts, his device, to send her a message and say, hey, meet me at the bridge. They're obviously there to meet someone because you hear them mentioning it.
And what you just described for me is too complex. If we go down that angle, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but when it comes to Logan Holder, Brad Holder's son, it could have been an argument simply between Logan and Brad because Logan wanted to take the day off school to go hang out with Abby at the bridge. That's how the information could have been shared, where the girls were going to be.
Right.
And
that's possible.
We know that they took Logan's phone, and to me, there's no doubt in my mind that the girls were out there to meet someone.
Yes.
Who they thought they were meeting ended up being nothing like what they thought. But there's multiple avenues that can be pursued as to where the girls were going to be that day got conveyed to whoever did this crime. But
let me continue here.
Go ahead.
I don't believe Brad Holder was involved in the actual act. If you recall, something happened around that time that caused a rift between Brad Holder and Pat Westfall. They were best friends. They were, very close. And then suddenly, around that time, something happens and they're no longer friends anymore. Pat Westfall claims that it was because he discovered that Brad Holder was going to a Christian church. If you know Brad Holder, he doesn't seem like the guy that just had to have some Jesus in his life. He was very dedicated to the Odinist philosophy, which I don't call it a religion. It's not really a religion. When people, when Christians look at Jesus, they look at him as their savior. They look at him as their Lord, things like that. When Odinists look at Odin, Thor, Balder, Loki, those people, these are role models for them. These are what they strive to be, what the things that they value in their life.
Well, and Brad was very gung ho and very proud to take on the title of the Gothai, who, he was put in charge of recruiting for their group. So I can't count him out. So
I believe he stood down though, and was it Pat that took over from him? To go through?
No, I think no. Well, they just basically split. They cut ties. But all of the Facebook posts that Brad Holder was making was, it was like a coming of age for him that he had now been given the title of the Gothai, and he was going to recruit for their pack. And I'm still regurgitating all of the Odinist stuff that we went over like a year ago, but I do remember that. And
remember, keep in mind, when it came time to find a couple of people to assist in this endeavor here, they didn't send the Gothai. They sent Johnny Messer. He found a couple of patsies in Rushville, a couple of guys that weren't too bright, that they figured they could manipulate. Now, before I get off of the subject of Brad Holder, remember, there was a point during the day when Logan sent his dad a message and said, they're missing. Mm-hmm. And that's all it said, they're missing. Okay. Now, to me, this could have been because maybe Logan saw that an email had been sent on his email account and asked his dad, hey, what's this about here? And his dad could have said, oh, don't worry about it. They just want to talk to the girls. They just want to talk to him and everything. This is all to do with something else, So when he hears that they're missing, that would not require any kind of an explanation if he just sent his dad a message and said, hey, they're missing. That to me is like him saying, you said they were just going to talk to him and now they're missing, sort of thing.
Well, and another reason why you can't let Brad Holder off the hook is his repeated denial of knowing Abby. And then you find out that he met her multiple times at Patrick Westfall's house.
Absolutely.
So yeah, you can't let him off the hook as not being involved. And
I'm not saying he's not involved. I'm saying I don't think he was there when the murders happened. I think here's what I think. I think Pat Westfall told him, hey, look, help me get these girls out here. I'm only after German's daughter. We will blindfold Abby and everything, and we'll let her go.
Why would Westfall be after Libby? Number one. And number two,
because he took the contract.
Oh, because you're talking about the cartel contract.
Right. He took the contract because he had an ability to get them somewhere where they could be abducted and there wouldn't be witnesses.
Well, nobody is going to ever convince me that bridge guy is Pat Westfall.
No, he's not. He's not. Like I said, I see Ron Logan when I look at bridge guy.
I don't. I don't.
And it fits because he would say he's, they say in the area of the bridge and trails. I think he was on the bridge. He got a message or talked to someone and said, yeah, okay, someone told him, okay, it's a go. So he was walking.
Give me, before you go any further, give me the connection between Westfall, Holder, and Logan.
Drugs, the meth. Ron needed it. I mean, he's at his age, he's not likely to know a lot of street dealers.
Oh, come on. Ron Logan frequented the bars. He ran the bars. He drank in the bars.
True.
The meth dealers were in the bar. I don't have any direct connection that I can put with Ron Logan, Holder, and Westfall. Now, there is an intermediate connection between that triangle, and sitting dead smack in the middle of that is Brett Sandifer.
Well, I mean,
shall I throw in a little spanner?
Huh?
Logan liked meth. He needed meth.
Well,
what was being brewed underneath the bridge?
And Logan liked meth because it kept all of his little females on the hook.
Exactly.
A lot of the females.
Exactly. He had to have something to offer them.
Yes.
Where's the best place to get it cheap? The cookhouse.
Mm-hmm. And I don't see Logan on the bridge. I don't. And to be honest, I don't believe that Abby didn't know Logan and vice versa.
Well, here's what I say, here's why I say what fits, if he's on the bridge at 2:09 and he gets the message, okay, it's a go, and he's approaching from the other end to make sure that the girls don't go back the other way, you got the people down below the bridge that are there to abduct them. Okay. Then you have then Ron would say, okay, I'm going to have to give myself an alibi. So he, goes in and does what he does. Then you have at about 8:15 or so, around 8 something or whatever, he's in the area, in the vicinity of where the bodies were discovered. At that point, I think he's a lookout, and he's like stationed somewhere where he can view and say, okay, there's no one around, there's nobody heading that way, and then the staging begins at that point, and not saying necessarily the murder took place, but the staging, they're getting ready, they're getting the sticks ready or whatever, things like that. As I said, I believe Abby had been dead for some time. So, I believe she was killed shortly after they were abducted. So they could actually stage her there at that particular time. But then at later on, like 10:15 or whatever, Ron Logan he gets another message. He's in the vicinity of where the bodies were, same area where he was the first time. That could be someone saying, okay, we're done, at that point. Just like I said, just speculating, just laying out what could possibly fit. As far as the rift between Westfall and Holder, I don't believe Brad Holder is the kind of person that would go along with his son's girlfriend being murdered because he loves his sons. His sons are like his best buddies. And I think, and I have a different opinion. I feel like Brad was a inconfident person who would do, prime example. Okay. Going back to the photo that was posted by Brad Holder of the girls dead on the forest floor that somewhat mimic the Abby and Libby crime scene. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right.
That's not Brad Holder's photo. That was Patrick Westfall's photo that Brad posted because Rachel Westfall, the girl in the purple, at the time was dating Patrick Westfall. I feel Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder were willing to do anything to get a patch, to be accepted, to be a part of a organization that they felt that they were, proud to be a part of. And he may have loved his sons, but I don't find Brad having too many scruples, especially when, before he deleted his Facebook post, you've got 2 dead little girls, and one of them happened to be what his beloved son, called his girlfriend. And he's doing Facebook video shorts mocking the murders. And do you think I'm the killer because I'm wearing this hat? Do you think I'm the killer because I'm wearing this hat?
Well, he's trolling the people that were,
Exactly. And somebody who thinks rationally is definitely not putting his son's emotions first. And, maybe, moving up from animal sacrifices to human sacrifices maybe was a bridge too far for him. But I kind of put him in the same boat as a Patrick Westfall, a Johnny Messer, and an Elvis Fields. Now, Rod Abrams to me is a complete ding dong. So is Elvis Fields. But Elvis Fields, I believe, would be a little bit more ruthless because he has no common sense. He would do anything to be a part of a brotherhood or a gang, and to me, it's the hardest hurdle for me when it comes, I give all grace to the Odinist theory when it comes to the relics left at the crime scene, the positioning of the bodies, the signatures, the staging. Yes, that's, to me, it all fits into that category. But putting them there is a completely different story. What were they driving? No, there's not one eyewitness that describes any of them being in the vicinity of the trails that day. And I'm not saying they weren't, because we do have 3 unidentified phones starting at 12:39 that moved into the woods at the crime scene mid-morning, 12:39 on the 13th. So I can't discount any of it. I would love to, because I would love to take one of these groups off the table to have to scrutinize. But I don't draw a complete connection to Ron Logan and the Odinist group. And I don't really, and to be honest, with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall, there's not a big meth connection. There's just not. But there is with other people that Logan was associated with, including his girlfriend, Ashley Wright.
Well, as far as Brad Holder, like I said, I'm looking at what answers questions. And to me, if let's, just like I said, putting it out there, speculation, let's say Pat Westfall, like I said, told Brad Holder, we're not going to harm Abby. We'll let her go or whatever. We'll blindfold her so she don't see anybody. We'll let her go. Right. And then Holder comes later, and finds out, because like I said, he was working when the girls were kidnapped. And that's another thing we have to remember. Nobody, Westfall, Holder, Abrams, Messer, and all them, they didn't have to all be there when the girls disappeared.
No, they didn't.
You only needed 1 or 2 people to kidnap the girls. And in my opinion, you look at that tweaker sketch, and to me, that's Elvis Fields. I've heard the thing about it could possibly be Anthony Greeno and everything, but Teresa said the guy didn't have any teeth. Greeno's got teeth.
Okay, but that's the funny thing. That's the funny thing that Teresa said, that he had no teeth, because when you go back to the morning of the 13th, the interview that was done on the morning of the 14th, Dave Liebert and Teresa Liebert both say the man that they saw had a face covering on. So how do we get from a face covering to, by trial, Teresa Liebert is saying he had no teeth. How the hell would she know that?
Well, I don't understand how they would say that he had a face covering, because look at the sketch.
Well, the same thing goes with, I mean, exactly. That's a whole nother,
So there's a lot of unanswered questions there, you know.
Yeah, you can't, I mean, there's 2 supplementary reports that I had. I went over one of them yesterday. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I was watching actually when you were talking about it. So
okay, so yeah, I mean, but you know, it's like everything else. By the time we get to trial, the stories had changed.
mm-hmm.
When you go back to the beginning with Betsy Blair was firm, solid on who she saw and what she saw.
Well, she saw Daniel Pearson.
She did.
Yeah.
Which, okay, now this whole conversation can be for naught when you look at the timing. And I believe it's Daniel Pearson on the first platform. So Abby and Libby walked straight into Daniel Pearson.
Bear in mind also that
who's bridge guy?
Hicks was already on the bridge and crossed over it when Daniel Pearson was seen. So if the girls walked straight past Daniel Pearson, they were behind Hicks on the bridge.
Yeah. I mean, all of these people, the story of the day is all a lie. All
true. Yeah.
Lie.
Yeah.
It's all a lie. And there's a piece of the puzzle. There's a piece of the puzzle that we've not discovered yet.
Well, according to the witnesses, yeah, Hicks crossed over the bridge and met Cheyenne there.
Yes, they do.
So we have Hicks and Cheyenne and her pals at the south end of the bridge as Abby and Libby are passing Daniel Pearson and about to get on the bridge.
And that whole entire group is affiliated with a major drug group out of Monticello who does deal with the cartel. And out of that whole entire group, it only takes one to know what's going on that day. Were they lookouts? Were they there to ensure that nobody else came across the bridge after Abby and Libby were taken off? There's so many variations of how this went down, but I can't let it go that all of these people with the same ties to the same group that I've had my sights on for 4 years, that it's not somehow connected. I just can't let it go.
Right. Continuing on with the, with my theory here with Brad and everything, like I said, we both know that there was some kind of a rift that happened at that point in time. Is it possible that part of that rift was that he was upset because Westfall went ahead and killed Abby as well as Libby when he told Holder that he wouldn't kill her? And is that why she was done a lot cleaner than what Libby was and everything? It wasn't, it was just a cut and she was allowed to bleed out. Was that so that Westfall could say to Brad Holder, hey, we did it as humanely as we could, but she saw us or whatever, and we had to do it, and then keep in mind, what did Elvis say about Abby? He said, there was a girl named Abigail and he had to give her horns because she was a troublemaker. Well, he didn't know Abby. Why was she a troublemaker? What trouble did she cause? Did she cause a fight between his two idols? Because Fields idolized Brad Holder, and I would have to assume he would also idolize Westfall, because Westfall was the actual leader of the group that he was trying to join. And if Abby caused a rift between the two of them, could that be the trouble that she caused? Why he called her a troublemaker? So,
Well, and it's undeniable the connection with Fields and Holder, and Fields' sister coming all the way up to Delphi to turn in her brother, being a part of this crime, and further investigation led to the direct connection. You can't deny that. But to me, if you go with the Westfall and Holder aspect of this case as being who orchestrated this crime, then Ron Logan is completely excluded. I don't see a connection. And I can say that because Patrick Westfall was very familiar with those woods. Where he lived in Delphi, tomorrow when we go over the Odin aspect of this case, his ex-wife did speak out and give a lot of detail about Patrick Westfall and his involvement with those woods. I think it's called, what is it called? Sunset Point, that opens up. You follow Deer Creek down. It's where him and Rachel got married. I have the wedding photos. There's nothing, to me, there's nothing definitive that ties Logan to that group of people. But it's hard to fathom the bullshit that Logan tried to pull off with the fake alibi, before the girls were even found. It's hard to exclude him. So, I mean, the wheels are still turning and we have no further answers. That just fucking sucks.
Right. But like I said, to me, I just look at what answers some of these questions. And that's why, like I said, I have this particular theory. Now, of course, as I've said many, many times before, I'm not prof. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, this is what happened. This is absolutely what happened.
Right.
That's my theory. Could I be wrong? Yeah, of course I could. At this point in time, the reason I say that Prof and his group are doing more harm than good, they are approaching it like we got to solve the crime. We don't. We just have to prove that Rick didn't do it.
Exactly.
And we don't even have to prove that. We just have to have enough evidence to convince an honest jury that there's reasonable doubt. Because
right.
we know Rick Allen did not do this. We know he wasn't involved.
Right.
And Amy, I heard you yesterday describing him as a family man and everything. That's who he is. Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. And I mean, everybody knows I know Kathy. I know her very well. And she, just knowing her, when I see people saying things like, oh, she knew that was her husband on the bridge and all that, they are so far off of who Kathy is. That is not Kathy. She is not some Lady Macbeth, that's like, well, you'd better lie to the cops, because you killed those girls. And, no, that's ridiculous. If Kathy believed, because you notice that moment of uncertainty when that SOB Jerry Holman was bullying them, trying to bully Rick, and Rick stood right up to him. I thought it was funny. But he was bullying Kathy, Kathy, do the right thing and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You notice Kathy was having that moment of uncertainty. How did the bullet get there? Things like that. And everybody
right.
says that she says, well, you told me you weren't on the bridge. No, that's not. That's Kathy told me herself. No, regardless of what I might have said or what, because we were all talking at she said, my point was that Rick told me he didn't cross the bridge.
Right.
He told her he was out there. He told her he walked out, part way on the bridge, and people say, oh yeah, right. He was looking at the fish. Hey, he was a fisherman. He was looking to see, what fishing would be like if he were to come out there, since it was nice weather. Maybe he was going to go grab his pole and come out there. And you can see fish from that bridge in the creek. You can see them. So it is possible. But yeah, there's just with the way they talk about Rick, the way Murder Sheet talks about, oh, he always wanted to kill, a couple of girls and all that. You notice one thing that I found ridiculous about Murder Sheet's book. First of all, and it's Anya. Anya wrote the book. And Anya's talking about how Libby, today she was all excited because she'd met a new guy, Anthony, and all that. Libby was not in love with Anthony Schatz. Those girls.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I know that a lot of this, and this is something that I've never discussed before, but a lot of people have wanted to know about the communication between the night of the 12th into the early morning hours of the 13th. We all know that in the phone data, there's communication between Libby and a boy named Tyler. Tyler was from Monticello.
Right.
I believe that there is communication, and Libby was, in fact, throwing in Tyler's face this Anthony Schatz guy that she met, who had a lot of money, was really good looking. She was using it to put Tyler down. But there's no communication in there that claims, well, I'm going to meet him tomorrow or anything like that. But there was excitement from Libby about this Anthony Schatz guy that she had been communicating with. And
but it wasn't the way Murder Sheep or the way Anya made it.
I won't read their book. I have no time for it. I don't feel like even entertaining it. I just, if you can't be even keeled about this case, and I lose my cool sometimes about certain aspects of the case, but for the most part, I keep all of my avenues open because there's no definitive answer. And I'm not going to commit to a scenario that I know ultimately I could be proven wrong about and limit my research to only going down that avenue. I'm willing to entertain every aspect of this case. And
you should be, that's
to do otherwise is not helping. And unfortunately, I know we're stuck in this, this under this banner of a title of just a YouTube creator, but there's a lot of private investigators that I can outwork tenfold. Period.
Oh, hell yeah. I can think of one right now.
And I want to make a difference. And unfortunately, I don't have the desired access that I need to eliminate Rick. What I have is all of the information regarding all of the possible suspects. That's why we just keep regurgitating and going over those with the fine-tooth comb, because, there's no transparency in this case at all. So, right. We got to work with what we have. But it's so frustrating. Like, to be honest, like the last 4 nights preparing for this marathon, as after 50 some episodes of The Vault, and I can rip it off my tongue, every detail at the spur of the moment, I'm still laying in the bed going, what am I missing? What am I missing? There's got to be a piece of this puzzle that I'm missing. And I'll I'll go to bed and I'll be up until 2-3 o'clock in the morning on a work night when my alarm goes off at 3 and not be able to sleep because of it. And I'll be honest, I admit it's not always about the case. It's always about not knowing. I need to know. I need to prove what I've been supporting all this time. I want to prove it. And I'll fall back on my good friend, critical thinker, who said the other day, if it turns out for whatever reason, Rick Allen was involved or committed this crime, I will question every decision I've ever made. And
me too.
There's a lot riding on this when you're looking at what Rick Allen is charged with, and to get behind that, because no one wants to get behind a child killer. Nobody's going to feel sorry. Now, Lindsay Clancy, she's a child killer. different story, different mentality, not a hunter, different. But to get behind a child pedophile and a child killer is not something that anybody wants to fucking hang their hat on or wear the badge of. So there's a lot of invested time. And I mean, if you followed my channel and you have followed me in Quester's work, you know that I was very adamant going into this. We're not going to shit talk the families. We're not going to blame the Patties. We're not going to, ridicule and point the finger at Kelsey. And it took me about a year to come to the realization that there's a freaking problem here. There's a serious problem here. And I had to pull myself back and slowly open the floodgates to say, yeah, they know, and they're covering it up. And that's horrible. But Libby's gone. They can't bring her back. Abby's gone. They can't bring her back. But they can save Derek. And I feel like that's the motivation. And Kelsey's knowledge of all of this, I think Kelsey knew when she dropped Libby and Abby off that day that she knew they were up to no good. And Kelsey has yet to admit that instead of being the role model of a big sister and putting her foot down saying, I'm not taking you, you're not doing this, she let it happen. And I mean, we see the outcome. But Derek, his behavior is ultimately on full display, whether we have heard him speak or not. His behavior is on full display when it comes to this case. That the guilt will take, the guilt is going to take him to his grave.
I agree. People, again, I hope these people actually read my book because they will understand. People have talked about me saying, oh, he used to say that he was, a friend of the Patty family and everything, but look at how he talks about him and everything. Okay, first of all, yeah, in the beginning, I was a friend of the Patty family. My introduction into this case, I mean, I had kind of a passing interest in it because I like true crime, and it happened in Delphi, which was 10 minutes from where I was born and lived 40 years of my life, but I knew, Libby's grandfather's name was Randy Hillenberg. And his sister was named Dorinda Hillenberg, and I went to school with Dorinda. And as a matter of fact, was madly in love with her all the way through high school, and we remained friends. She was, I was the city kid at the country school. I had long hair and listened to Kiss and stuff like that. And all the other guys listened to, country music and had short hair, crew cuts and everything. I talk about how I would bring comic books to school. They'd bring, farm magazines and stuff. So I was kind of a misfit, an outsider at Pioneer. Mm-hmm. But Dorinda was always really nice to me. Now, of course, 40 years later, she tells me it's because she had a crush on me. Well, that would have been good to know about 40 years ago. But anyway, we remained friends through all, through life. She's probably the only person I went to school with that I still have on my Facebook friends list. And she happened to, one day we were having a conversation and she happened to mention the girls. And I was like, oh, wait a minute here, and I started to realize that she was related to Libby. And that's how I became as interested as I was. She said that they just didn't want the girls to fade away. Because when we were talking at that time, it was 2019. It was after the press conference and all that, and it was right about the time that football was getting ready to start because the initial conversation was about Andrew Luck. And we were talking and she, told me that she was related to Libby. and that they didn't want, I said, is there anything I can do? And she said, well, we just don't want the girls to fade away from people's memory because we feel like the case is growing cold. This last press conference just made the whole family feel like they don't know what they're doing. They have no clue, So I told her I would, mention the girls and, bring them up when I talk to people and everything and make sure people didn't forget about them. And that's how I originally started with this case, was through that connection. And so I was friends. I spoke to Becky Patty on, many, many occasions. Becky told me more than once that she thought that she loved my channel and she thought I was a wonderful advocate for the families. Laura and I played, I think, was it one or two? I think Laura played 2 benefits for the bike run. Laura played 2 benefits. I played one of those with her. The other one, I think I was working or something. But we played as our Weathered Hearts group. We played she played at 2. I played at 1 with her. She volunteered to work at the ballpark one day. She was doing temporary tattoos one day when they were having a tournament, softball tournament and everything. So yeah, we were both friends basically of the Patty family and everything. And when after the press conference, after Rick was arrested, people talked about how I was all over the news that night and the next day because they just pounced on me because I was still there. They were looking for somebody to talk to, and they saw me talking to Russ McQuaid. And as soon as I walked away from him, I got surrounded, and I had microphones and cameras in, every direction in my face. And, they asked me my connection to the case. Well, now, of course, I said I was a friend of the Patty/German family, because at the time I was also very close friends with Carrie Timmons, because she had gone to school with my cousin. And I was actually trying to, I had sent her a message of, condolences at one point. And then one time I was actually trying to send a message to Dorinda, and I accidentally sent it to Carrie. And that's how we started talking. And Carrie and we didn't talk about the case. She had enough of that. So we talked about anything but. At that point, I was given, I was given a lot of criticism because I said I was a friend of the Patty family. But the reason I did that is because I didn't want to say, well, I'm a YouTuber, because then I thought everybody would be saying, oh, he's just there to promote his channel and all that. So I was damned if I did, damned if I didn't, So, because damn well, if I would have said I was a YouTuber, they would have all been like, oh, he just, he had to mention his channel and all that kind of stuff, So I said I was a friend of the family, which was true at the time. Now, where that ended was, when I started seeing all these discrepancies, and I read the PCA and everything, and I gently tried to tell, I was talking to Becky, and I said, Becky, have you read this PCA? Are you really considering all of this? Do you see what I'm seeing here? And she was adamant. Richard Allen's the killer. And she said, oh yes, 100%. It's him. There's no doubt and everything. And where that conversation ended up was, I was basically trying to point out things and say, but what about this, and what about all the times that these people have lied to you guys, the family? Oh, they never lied to us, oh, well, yeah, they did. And, so basically that conversation.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie if you don't, when you keep your mouth shut and you don't tell the whole truth, it's not a lie.
Right. It's an omission.
It's an omission. Right.
Yeah.
And I think that we're seeing, we have seen enough of that in this case. There's so many things that have gone unsaid and unpresented and hidden. And if it's hidden, it doesn't exist. And even, calling it out, it's pulling teeth, and then it's always somebody else's fault. Like the DVR, the first 70 days of the case being completely washed away, and it took them how long? It took them how long to admit that, and then when it did, it was always the DVR's fault. But I'm telling you, it's not true. But
I don't believe it either. No. But yeah, so the way that conversation ended up with Becky and I, and it's the last conversation that we had, was she said, the families have spoken. That was her position. That's all she was going to say. The families have spoken. In other words, I don't care what what evidence comes out. I don't care whether you can connect this guy. The families have spoken. He's the killer. So that was the last time that that I spoke to Becky. Now Mike was always kind of a standoffish and had his nose in the air, and I would say hello to him and he would just walk past me like I was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I would never consider myself a friend of his. But I was friends with Becky. I considered her a friend. I was, close to Carrie, and I was for a long time, and I can't believe that Carrie actually believes all of this. Now, I don't think Anna does. I really don't. I don't think Anna's convinced.
I don't either. And I've said it 1,000 times. I've met Anna. Anna gets very defensive. I think Anna's caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yes.
And I guess all I can say is that I understand, but if any of you have ever seen the movie Terms of Endearment with Shirley MacLaine and Deborah Winger, Shirley MacLaine being the mother, Deborah Winger being the daughter, who's dying in the hospital and she's in pain. She has cancer. And Shirley MacLaine goes out to the nurses' station and she is screaming at the top of her lungs and pounding on the counter, "Give my daughter the shot. Give my daughter the shot." That would be me if this was my child. No answer would be good enough for me without all of the evidence being on the table. We have yet to see one family member act as if this is not good enough. And as a mother looking at these two little girls, I'm going, you're okay with this? You are fucking okay with this investigation and these shenanigans? And it means you're good with the fact that, we're just going to put this to bed right now.
Yeah.
We're going to put it to bed. We're going to put it to bed with Rick Allen, and we're going to watch you do what you did to Rick Allen to make it happen. And we're okay with that on top of these two little girls being taken, unalived in this way.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Not me.
Radar says about, I'm assuming about Terms of Endearment, a tearjerker.
Oh my God.
You were crying. I didn't cry. You cried. I'm not crying. I agree though. It was very emotional. That moment, that won an Oscar, didn't it?
That movie. Yeah.
And that moment, I think, is what won the Oscar for, was it Glenn Close?
Not Glenn Close. No, it was Shirley MacLaine.
Shirley MacLaine. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, to be honest, that was me in Atlanta, Georgia. This is back when I owned my cheer gym, and my daughter, we were in warm-ups, and she on a tumbling a tumbling pass warming up.
Mm-hmm.
She landed wrong, and her ankle, within literally 30 seconds, her ankle was like the size of two softballs.
Oh, yeah.
The EMTs and warm-ups and the staff in there, they're like, okay, well, let me call some. And I am Shirley MacLaine, like, no, you fucking get somebody here right now. And that was just on a rolled ankle. I could not. This to me, I don't understand. I don't understand. And I don't live in Delphi, and I don't know the dynamics on a daily basis. I know what I see as an outsider looking in. I guess it's probably easier for me to say what I would do, but the love of a child, to me, it's no holds bar.
Right.
No holds bar.
Understand. looking at the chat, allegedly IMO, but if I was Richard Allen's wife, I would be doing the same thing. No one would be able to shut me up. The thing is, what you have to understand about Kathy is that her entire world has been shattered. And I know what that feels like because I'm in the same boat. My life does not resemble what it was 2 years ago at all. I mean, I have lost everything in my life because of this case. And including my wife, you know. So Kathy, she made her stand in that Hulu video, you know. Kathy, Kathy contacted me and said that there were a lot of people. I was asking her, how's it going? How are things? She said, well, there's a lot of people wanting me to talk. And I said, well, how do you feel about that? And she says, I don't know who to trust. And I told her, if I were you, I said, I'm going to tell you who I would trust. I would trust Hannah Shakespeare. And I said, talk to her. If you're going to talk to one person, talk to her. So Hannah later got a hold of me and thanked me for vouching for her because Kathy did reach out to her and say, I will talk to you because Hannah had, tried to contact her. And she said, I will talk to you because my friend Rick says that, you can be trusted. Mm-hmm. And what Kathy did in that video to me, oh my God, she was by far the star of that. She humanized her Ricky. To me, right. He was no longer Richard Allen, Richard M. Allen of Delphi, no, he was her Ricky. Right. And I put out a video on my new channel, the Story So Far. I put out a video which samples part of Not Ready to Make Nice by the Chicks. They're no longer the Dixie Chicks. Mm-hmm. But I put, in the very beginning of it, I put pictures from their wedding. These were two kids, high school sweethearts. They were virgins when they met. This is just a loving couple of family, to see what they have done to Rick and what people say about Kathy. Now, of course, not so many people are saying it now. It's not as rampant as it was, say, a year or two ago. But like I said, they have no idea who she is, and they are so wrong about her. So wrong, but yeah, she wanted to testify, she expected to testify, but she was not allowed to because she didn't show up that day at the trial because they were going to show the psychotic break, the problems, the mental problems that Rick ended up having. And they were going to show some very difficult and disturbing videos, and she didn't want to see those. She didn't even want to hear them. So she told Brad and Andy she was not going to be there that day. So Brad and Andy ended up resting at the end of the day, not giving Kathy a chance to testify. She wanted to testify. So if you ever have anybody tell you, well, why didn't she testify? She wanted to. Trust me, she did. And she was not allowed to. And this was one of the many, many mistakes that Brad and Andy made, I think.
I mean, I agree. I would have loved to have seen Kathy take the stand. The thing is, Kathy doesn't strike me as somebody who's confrontational at all.
She's not, but she will be. She's firm, though. She's firm in her beliefs.
And I can appreciate that. It was just the environment. Judge Gall was, Judge Gall was not the judge in this case. She was not. She might have been sitting at the fucking prosecutor's table.
She was disgusting.
Yeah. And there's nothing that's going to go back and change that. But right now, while I still have you here, so what I'm going to do now is, first of all, I'm going to fill up my cup of water. So Quester and Snay, you can entertain the chat for a few moments. But what I'm going to go into next are tips that were turned in about Ron Logan. and I can't show them, but I can read them. And they're going to be redacted because, the people who tip them in, I'm not going to give away their information, but some of it's going to be interesting. Okay. So just give me 1 minute. I'm going to go put some ice in my cup and I'll be right back.
All right.
Hi, Rick.
Hey, Quester, man, it's good to see you. Good to be here with you today, man. I was wanting to try and get a chance to say hello to you. Been listening to you
You've
with
been a bit busy.
What's that?
So you're saying? I said you've been a bit busy with Amy. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm busy with a lot of stuff right now, but I have been able to catch you with Amy past couple of days, and I've been informed, enlightened on some things. I like that. So it's good to finally actually sit here with you and participate.
Yeah, it's good to do that with you. I mean, I've seen your work over the years, and finally meeting the person. Good. One thing
in the chat here.
Yeah, about Kathy. What people seem to forget is that she is a victim too.
Yes.
Yeah. She has had her whole life picked up and thrown in the shredder. If she sticks her head above the parapet, it starts all over again. I can't blame her for wanting to be quiet. I really can't.
Yeah, and like Amy said, she's not confrontational, but if you could have seen her that day coming out of the courthouse after the guilty verdict, she came out and she was in tears, and I thought she would be devastated, and she was, but when I told her, I said, hey, come on now, this is not over, and she said, I am pissed. And that's the first time I'd ever heard her use that term before. She was angry. So
and if she'd have got
she could be confrontational.
Yeah, if she'd have got into the witness box in that state, they'd have made a meal of the poor girl.
They would have gone at her, but I don't know. I think she would have. I think she could have held her own. I think she would have surprised some people. Honestly, we may find out, because I do believe there's going to be another trial. So,
okay,
we're going to be hopefully being able to go through all of this again. So, yeah, I was noticing in the chat here a couple of people I haven't seen for a while. The Eve Effect. Hey, Eve, how you doing? It's good to see you. It really is. This woman, if you haven't seen her, she's absolutely beautiful. She looks like Lois Lane from the new Superman movies.
Wow.
So, she actually does. But it's good to see you, Eve. It really is. And then, who's your daddy? You had a question. I noticed the other day, yesterday, Prof did a thing. Now, Prof won't debate me one-on-one. He won't face me. So what he does is he goes and he gets an interview that I did with Ted, going back and forth with Noe, where actually Noe was his proxy. Prof was texting him what to say. And Prof took those, cut that interview up and debated a recording of me, because he won't debate me live one-on-one. But Who's Your Daddy had a question, which he asked me in that video, the interview with Ted and Noe. And then he asked it again yesterday. He said, where are those documents that Tony showed me to show me that they had scheduled the Vegas vacation in August of 2016? And all I can tell you is, Hoosier, if you want, I'll give you Tony's phone number. You can call him and you can ask him if you can see him. It's not like I'm going to go around telling everybody, hey, yeah, let me keep those, or give me a copy of those, or something like that. The guy showed them to me, and, I don't know if you're doubting my word or what. It's okay if you are. I don't mind that. Like I said, people they're going to have their own opinions. But as far as if a suggestion that maybe it's not real because I can't produce the documents, then if you want, I'll put you in touch with Tony, and you can ask him to show you, and see what he tells you, see what he says to you. I'm not really on friendly basis with Tony anymore. I've said that before. I'll say it again. You know, I get accused all the time of, I'm going to defend Kagan and Tony no matter what. No, I'm going to defend them if there's absolutely no evidence that they're connected to the murders, and that, people have them having some big, all these politicians and law enforcement people are all in this big conspiracy with them to pass around CSAM and everything. Not one shred of evidence. And that's what I defend. I'm not, and I would defend anybody that I thought was being falsely accused like that. So it's not about who it is.
I agree. If they're so certain that a person is guilty of something, put up or shut up.
Exactly.
I wouldn't.
Who are we talking? I'm sorry, I just came back in. Who are we talking about?
Well, I was just saying that I have been accused of, I would do anything to defend Kagan and Tony Klein. And I was saying, that's not what it's about. I'm not trying to defend Tony and Kagan Klein. I'm defending two people that there's no evidence that they are part of some big CSAM ring,
Okay. Oh, I'm not going to go in on you. I'm not going to go in deep because I have other stuff and I will agree with you on one precipice, and that is, I don't think they're involved at the level that Keegan tried to imply. Okay.
Right.
But as a parent who has a son, Tony was a parent. You know what's going on under your roof, especially when you're paying for it and you're providing for it. And you don't go on a Vegas trip with your son and agree to go to a brothel or look up hookers if the two of you are not open-ended on that level. Not saying that Tony's a killer. That doesn't make Tony not a pervert. And we know Keegan is absolutely a pervert. And he didn't get sentenced to 40 years for not being a part of a child sex ring. That's not true. Keep your credibility, Snay, and don't put yourself out on a limb for somebody who, for whatever reason, has felt the need to cut you off and just take off.
Well, Tony, I'm not, like I said.
Don't do that. And please don't defend. I mean, Keegan Klein is a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit.
Totally agree.
He's a piece of shit. And I don't think that I don't think the apple falls far from the tree. Tony might have presented to you while his son's in prison, he's able to separate himself. But Keegan living in that house and the devices, the commentary, it's very hard to fathom that a parent doesn't know to a certain degree that their child is up to fucking no good. And if you don't intervene and you don't put a stop to it, then you're culpable. That's how I see it. And Tony Klein does not have the greatest track record. Doesn't make him a killer. So don't get offended. I'm not saying he's a killer. But character-wise, history-wise, he doesn't have the greatest reputation or the credibility. You may have seen a different side to him. And I respect your opinion of him. But I separate Tony and Keegan in two different categories, but at the end of the day, it all comes back to the same issue. What did Tony know, whether he wants to admit it or not, what his son was up to? And a father figure doesn't take their son to Vegas and agree to go to a freaking brothel with him. You just don't do that. That's like me showing up at a strip bar and tipping my daughter as she strips for money. You just don't do it. So that's my position. I know you're a man, you're different. I don't know Tony personally. You do. That's my position. So whether Tony's involved or not, it's neither here nor there when it comes to my opinion of who he is as a person. Does that make sense? Rick? Now he's not saying anything.
You there, Rick?
I don't know.
I think he might have dropped out.
No, he's still on here. He's probably upset with me for saying that, but
no, I'm not.
Okay. Yeah,
no, not at all. I was trying to find something. I think maybe when I'm not on the page, I'm not seeing, maybe you can't hear me what I'm saying. And I agree. Tony and Kagan at that point in time it was not a father-son relationship at that point. It was more like I said, Tony called him his best friend. He said, the worst part about it for me was that I lost my best friend when he was arrested.
That is a problem. That to me is the problem.
True.
Not because, I look at so I have 2 daughters and I have a son, and my 2 daughters, are 6 years apart. I deal with one differently than I deal with the other. My oldest daughter is my go-to, but not on any other level than mother-daughter. Like her and I can talk about life. We can talk about, we talk about my relationship with Mike. We talk about her relationship with Foster. But at the end of the day, I'm mom, she's daughter. And there's a very thick line when it comes to parenting that when you cross it, it's almost like, okay, take the CSAM off the table, take the commentary and all of the Delphi stuff off the table. This to me is no different than a father sitting in a recliner with a beer, watching a football game while his son sits next to him, and people are showing up every day to buy a dime bag all day, every day. And the son's forking out the drugs and collecting the money, and dad's okay with it. It's the same thing to me. And for Tony to say, I lost my best friend, that to me tells me that Tony knew what Keegan was. Maybe Tony didn't have the tools mentally to put a stop to it. That might be, but to me, they're in the same bag. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
They're in the same bag.
And like I said, what I was trying to find, I have on my the new channel, the story so far. I have a place, a post on my community page, and I was going to try and find it and read it, but apparently I can't, because if I leave the page, then you can't hear me. But, and I'm on my phone, not on a laptop right now. So, but I have a place, a post on there where I said, Kagan Klein is a creep. He's a pedophile. What he did was disgusting. I will not defend him in any way, shape, or form. I do not defend him. Tony has a history. He's admitted things to me. He's admitted them, and some of the things that he has said, I found a little bit disgusting, things like that,
Okay.
So I don't say that they're good old guys or anything like that. I even said, look, Kagan, I would have given him more time than he got, and I don't say that there's absolutely no way possible that Tony and Kagan are involved in anything. I'm just saying I don't see the evidence, and it's just like
I don't either, and so we can agree on that. And I am just so thankful that you were willing to admit that what you just said. That is all I needed to hear.
I always have. It's only people like Prof and his group that want to try and make it look like I'm defending, Dropbox defender and everything. And while we're on that subject, was it ever proven that there was a Dropbox? Because when they bring it up to Kagan, he doesn't even know what a Dropbox is. Now, he could be lying, And
like I have always said, and first of all, my advice to you is stop acting like you have to answer to anybody, because you don't have to answer to anyone.
Exactly.
Number 2, the Dropbox, I do believe is a thing, and we will never see it as much as I believe there are answers in that Dropbox. We will never see it. And the sword and the shield behind or in front of the Dropbox, the sword and the shield in front of the Dropbox is the fact that there is child CSAM in it. We will never see it. I'm not going to go down that avenue. I'm not going to fight that fight, because if Indiana was there are things, you don't have to show us the videos. You don't have to show us the pictures.
Right.
But you can tell us the names that was trading. You can identify who was trading. And there already could be, that information really could already be out in the atmosphere, because after Keegan was arrested, there was a shit ton of arrests, but they were never publicly associated with Keegan's Dropbox. And do I think that Keegan is a mastermind? Hell no. I think Keegan was a keyboard warrior who never wanted to show his face outside of his bedroom and did what he did behind the scenes. And I think his dad knew it. And I think that his dad was all in on any gigglies and googlies that he could get. But does that make them in the woods in Delphi participating in a child murder? No. And if I'm wrong, then Keegan is a better actor than what he ever was online, because there's no, like you, I agree. There's no direct evidence that connects him other than this Marathon gas station. But that Marathon gas station connection is just as strong as the eyewitnesses who claim they saw Mike Patty walk in there on Monday the 13th and buy 3 Gatorades.
Or Jim Maxwell.
Who?
Jim Maxwell. A lot of people said they saw Maxwell.
That's not fake. No, Maxwell was. That's why Maxwell's house was. That was the first search warrant served in this case. Maxwell was absolutely identified at the Marathon gas station as being Bridge Guy. He was pulled over. He had blood on his truck. And when he got out of the car, he was fucking crying. I have the supplemental report.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So let's move on to Ron Logan, because I have a shit ton to go over. I'm good. So we're on Ron Logan. I want to get.
I was just trying to fill time while you were getting your stuff together. So
I know my golden retriever, who's an old man. He's deaf, and if I'm not in the room, all he wants to do is bark. It's a pity party for Jax. So have you guys heard him barking?
Once I heard him.
Oh God, it's nonstop. So I had to let him out and give him some treats and lay him back on his bed. He's 17 years old. So he's an old man, and he just, wants to be babied. And if I'm not in the room, he's so these last 3 days have been torture for him and my parrot.
I thought Peanut, my bigger dog, I thought she was part pit bull and part boxer, but actually I did one of those DNA test things on her, and she was actually part boxer and part golden retriever. And I was totally shocked.
Golden retrievers, I had 3 for, I had Chihuahuas. And then when my Chihuahuas passed away from age, I got a golden retriever. Then I got another one. And then I got another one. I had all 3 colors. Jax is the baby. He's the English cream. He's blonde. I lost my Ellie Mae when she was 12. Liam was a year younger. I lost her the following year at 12. And here I am with Jax, and he's going to be 17 January 10th.
Oh, wow.
So he's lived a wonderful life, but he's now lost his hearing, and every night, it's you guys would laugh at me. Every night he has to come upstairs to the bedroom. He's got his bed right next to me. And when I'm in bed, he's right next to me on the floor on his bed. But I literally have to help him foot by foot make the trek up the stairs every morning I have to put my left arm around his neck and hold him as he goes down the stairs to take him outside. He's just a big baby, but I'll do it until I lose him. And sad. Very sad. Okay, here's the first tip. Let me see here. This tip about Ron Logan came in. Hold on, let me 1 second here. Hold on. Because I'm going to have to get really close to the screen, and I know you guys don't want to see my brain because I can't see these. I think I have 5 or 6 tips to read about that came in over the course of time about Ron Logan.
I'm not able to get into the chat for some reason or another, probably because I'm on my phone. But yeah, who's your daddy? That's cool, man. I mean, I appreciate you, thanking me for for giving you the info.
Okay, what's
hey,
going
there's
on?
Streets. Hey, Streets, how you doing?
Hold on, I gotta figure out a way to open this on the side without closing out one window. Whew. Let's see. What is going? Okay, hang on. I don't want to do something. I'm gonna lose a window. Hold on.
You got your water handy?
I
Amy?
do right here. Yes. Why?
Because you should be hydrating regularly. Nag, nag, nag.
I have my cup right here. My one file window is freezing. Hold on.
Have you tried swearing at it?
No, I did enough of that yesterday. Okay, let me do it this way. Good Lord. I'll go through it the back way. Sorry, guys. There's some things that just tech-wise I get really flustered with. Hold on.
It's always useful to have a 4-year-old handy if you're having problems with tech stuff.
I know, isn't it? I ask my stepdaughter all the time, like, can you show me how to make a TikTok?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So here's one. Investigative thread narrative came in on March 1st of 2017. Said it was Ron Logan's son, the property owner's son. She lived in Ron's home when she was 6 years old. His son was 2 to 3 years old, 2 to 3 years older than her. He, the son, molested her. Can't remember his son's name, possibly Ryan. She said Ron knew that his son had problems and tried to keep him away from her. She also said that Ron Logan tried to kill her mother several years ago, but the gun misfired. She saw Ron Logan on the news and had to call. Next tip, caller. This was on February 21st of 2017. Was advised by blank, owner of the blank, Indiana, that Ron Logan, the property owner that was on TV, was in the bar last week and told the owner's son, blank, about the 2 girls being killed. She advised that Ron Logan, murder scene property owner, stated that both girls' throats were slit and one was naked and raped and the other was not, and that both of their faces were beaten. Caller was concerned that this man knew all the information that had not been released to the public. Well, I don't agree with the essay, so to speak. I don't believe that both girls' faces were beaten. So that's probably what that probably is a searcher who came upon the scene, seeing it for a brief moment. And I'm sure that everyone within a matter of a week in Delphi knew the manner of death. Do you guys disagree with me?
No, I don't disagree with you. No.
No, I don't disagree.
Next one. Property owner Ron Logan had a watch. Okay, this is a good one. This is a good one. We can go look at this right now. Property owner Ron Logan had a watch on his right hand with a white face during the interview, and so did the guy in the photo. People she knows were pulling out of their driveway on 218, and there was a man walking towards Delphi that looked like the man in the photo. Okay, that just took a whole left turn. Does Bridge Guy have a watch on his right hand?
I've not noticed one.
I can't see.
Does somebody? Okay, if you're left-handed, do you wear your watch on your right hand? Asking.
No.
I am left-handed, and when I used to wear a watch, I wore it on my left arm until I actually had this incident where my arm went through a window, and I got a really deep cut and everything. So for a few months, I couldn't wear my watch on that arm, so I ended up getting into the habit of putting it on my right arm. But normally, no, I would think a left-handed person would probably put it on their left hand still, their left arm.
Yeah, I'm right-handed, so I would never wear a watch on my right hand because I write with my right hand.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so even the chat is saying I'm left-handed and I put it on my left hand, always have. Okay, so maybe that's not that big of a deal.
Well, I'm sort of ambidextrous because like, for instance, when I played baseball, I batted right-handed. I threw with my right hand, but I am left-handed as far as eating and writing. So
that's weird. My son's like that.
You also have to remember that if you've got one of the expensive watches that's still got the winding mechanisms and so on, you have to put it on your left. Because if you put it on your right, all those winders are almost impossible to get through.
That's a good point.
That is a good point. Okay, so not as big as a deal as I thought initially. Next tip. Oh, wait a minute. Here's out of the box. This is not a Ron Logan tip, but it's a tip. Mr. Blank called and left a voicemail. He returned the call stating Daniel had been spoken to by the Carroll County Sheriffs, nothing further. Blank said Daniel Pearson was on the High Bridge yesterday around 2 p.m. and seen an old man subject taking pictures with a disposable camera. To let Daniel tell that Daniel wasn't there until almost 3 o'clock. Now, not back then. Next tip. Connie stated, we know who Connie is, Connie Dillman. Connie stated she used to date Ron Logan a long time ago. She stated he did inappropriate blank acts to her and was very abusive to her. She stated she came in contact with Ron a while back in Vetersburg at a sale barn. Ron had a female with him, not related. The female was around the age of 14 or 15. She stated the way Ron stands and carries himself and the nose resembles the man in the picture. So those are the tips. Now let's look at, hold on. So this is the day of the February 13th. What color do you think that jacket is that Ron is wearing at the transfer station?
It looks black.
You think it looks black? I think it looks green.
I just said dark blue because when the light hits dark blue, it can look green. So I'd go for dark blue.
It has like a forest green tint to me, especially the first two pictures. And he's got on his like knee-high rubber boots. His pants are tucked in. Wait a second. So, Quester, do you want to go over this timeline about, so I pulled it up with the map before Rick came on about the time, the hours that really Ron was unaccounted for.
Well, I can if you want, but I think you've got them all pretty well nailed down there, haven't you?
Okay, yeah. and this is a picture of Ashley Wright. The girl that Ron claimed he was throwing her belongings away at the transfer station. This is a picture of her. This is, again, a reiteration of the guy who was the auctioneer, who confirmed that law enforcement told him to go ahead and sell the entire cache of Ron Logan's weapons so Ryan could save the property. And that pretty much does it all for Ron Logan, unless something else comes up as far as connecting him to, here's one more, sorry. This is the supplemental report where they served the search warrant on Ron Logan's property. It says on Saturday, March 11th, 2017. So this would be, March 11th would be the search warrant and the arrest of Ron for the violation of probation, not the FBI search warrant. It says on Saturday, March 11th, 2017, at approximately 10:11 hours, Delphi officer Justin Wilson and Sergeant Brooke McCain and I went to 5858 West 300 North, Carroll County, to execute an arrest warrant out of the Carroll Superior Court on Ronald E. Logan for revocation of probation. Officer Wilson knocked on the front door and Sergeant McCain and I went to the back door of the residence. Mr. Logan came to the back door of the residence before I could knock. Mr. Logan inquired what we were there for. I explained to Mr. Logan that I had an arrest warrant for his arrest out of Carroll Superior Court. I read the warrant to Mr. Logan. He asked why we were serving the warrant on a weekend. We explained that we are officers of the court and it is part of our job to serve warrants. Mr. Logan made the statement, "I didn't think it would take this long." Mr. Logan stated that he had gone to the Vetersburg to a small animal auction last night and did not get home until around 2 a.m. this morning. Mr. Logan expressed concern about the animals that he had just purchased and how he was going to care for them. We allowed Mr. Logan to try to make contact with his son to come and care for the animals before we left the residence. Mr. Logan used an older black flip phone, it appeared, that he tried to call as well as text message from the phone. Mr. Logan advised that he did not make contact with anyone. Mr. Logan left the cell phone on the kitchen table. On the kitchen table, I also noticed an iPhone 4 sitting on the kitchen table, along with 1 to 2 boxes of .22 caliber ammunition. We had Mr. Logan secure the door to his residence. Mr. Logan placed the key to the back door of the residence inside a bird feeder near the back door. Mr. Logan was placed in hand restraints and placed in the front seat of my commission to transport to the Carroll County Jail for processing. Nothing further at this time. And that is literally it for Ron Logan.
It's interesting there that this guy who's so worried about being caught driving, just said there he is off looking at animals again when he's in the full floodlights of the police.
Okay, say that again.
He said that he came up with his alibi because he was frightened of being found out driving.
Right.
Yeah. Well, here we again find, even while he knows that he's being watched by the police, he's off driving out there, going to look at animals.
Right, to the auction. Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why, I normally would be like, I understand, he's not supposed to be driving. He's on probation. That's a big deal, because whatever his probation is, if he gets caught driving, that can be revoked and he's going to have to go in and serve his time. However, more than 3 or 4 people said that's BS. Ron Logan used to drive around Delphi every single day. Everyone knew he was driving. He used to stop in the local bars and, in fact, sit and drink with local law enforcement.
Yeah, in a town the size of Delphi, you don't drive around and nobody sees you, So
no, you don't.
Ron was driving and they knew it. As a matter of fact, the story I got was when Ashley was moving out, she borrowed his truck to move some stuff, and then she kept it for about 2 weeks. And he was calling the police every day saying, "Hey, that bitch still got my truck. Where's my truck?" Well, why would he be so concerned about getting his truck back if he wasn't able to drive? So yeah, the thing about him not driving, or the cops couldn't see him drive, that's just BS,
Yeah.
And I mean, then do you think his arrest for the probation violation was a way to, I don't want to call it a consolation prize for the community, but it was an appearance of, we're doing something?
He'd been put too much in spotlight. They had to do something, so do the minimum.
Well, to me, now you've seen the Andrew Aki letter to the ACLU, haven't you? Where he talks about how they treated him in jail and everything.
Yeah.
To me, when you look, here's Ron Logan. He's in jail for a probation violation, and they're walking him around in a bulletproof vest and like 4 or 5 deputies with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were at least trying to give the appearance that they considered him a suspect.
Do you believe that he went into the prison and confessed that he did it?
Yes, I do. I actually have the Ron Haas letter, Haas, the guy that was arrested for murder.
I think it's Robert Haas. Yeah,
Robert. Yeah, I have that letter, and I believe it. I believe that Ron did these things and said these things, and I do believe that he said some things to Reese Davis as well.
Oh, I absolutely believe that Ron told. Yeah, for me, that's not a question. Now, was it, because the story changed from the time that Ron initially told Reese, do you know who I am? I'm the guy who's, those 2 Delphi girls were found on my property. And it's, and over time it started out as, they were looking over the bridge, looking at rabbits, and, he invited them back to, his property to see the farm animals, etc. Then it started to go downhill from there, that it wasn't an innocent thing, that, Libby got alarmed halfway on the trip to his property and things got out of control. Then it turned into the girls were taken down the hill. They were handcuffed. And I really don't know how to differentiate which part of the story came from Ron versus Keegan.
Right.
Because initially in 2017, it was more so the, they were interested, in the animals, the bunnies, that they were looking over the bridge to see, which I don't know if I buy that. It's too big of a drop off to see anything, especially at the very beginning of the bridge. It's all water underneath. But, we don't know what went on out there. We don't know what went on out there from 151 when the GPS puts them on the trail to the end of the bridge guy video. What happened in between, we don't know. And what happened after that, we don't know. And we know what Reese Davis reported in 2017. And we know that that's where the theory of the box cutter came from. And there's a difference between, and yes, Ron Logan did reportedly castrate animals with an unsanitary blade, no anesthesia or anything like that. That's not a CVS box cutter. That's more of what I would call a carpet cutter, an industrial knife that you could say, okay, it was a box cutter, but the box cutters that CVS issued to their employees is literally like a $3 box cutter. It doesn't even have a hard plastic handle. And I mean, so where the story changed and who contributed what to the story by the time we got to Rick's trial, I don't know. But I do believe that Ron Logan and Keegan told Reese things. Reese's just reporting what he was told, and Reese's never asked for anything in return. So I don't know.
Well, the thing about the box cutter to me is it seemed kind of funny when we're like, a couple of months from the trial, and then this the guy that the guy that does the autopsy says, well, you know what? Man, that could have actually been a box cutter, And then you have
but for years he was claiming it was two blades.
Right. And then you have Holman saying like, well, we went and, trying to insinuate that Richard Allen said that he used his CVS box cutter, which, like you said, those things, they're not even really designed to cut boxes. They're designed to cut the tape that's holding the boxes together. They're just, They're cheap little, $3 things, like you said. Mm-hmm. But here you have Holman saying that he went out there and searched the dumpster 5 years later for a box cutter that supposedly was thrown away. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, that was a convenient narrative change. And to me, it takes away all of Dr. Corr's credibility. Like, I mean, for that to come out on the stand at trial, it's just really unfortunate that somebody supposedly with Dr. Corr's experience and expertise would lower himself to under the pressure to change his opinion on the stand like that. That's crazy.
The amount of cases he said he dealt with, thousands, yet he couldn't recognize mark of a cut until he went to his garage.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
And I said it yesterday. I mean, we've all seen the photographs from Rick's house. Rick had an extensive knife collection. The majority of his knives were high dollar knives, large blades with sheaths. Why would he have to use a box cutter? And one can argue, oh, well, it was a crime of opportunity. He's seen Abby and Libby and happened to have a box cutter from work in his coat pocket. Okay, well, if that's the case, then we have to take the fact that Rick drove the long way around to avoid cameras to park at the CVS, the old CPS building, if it was just a crime of opportunity. Because they're insinuating that it was pre-planned. So it's all, and they never showed us a black car leaving. They're not able to prove that the black car that's actually not Rick's even stopped and pulled in and parked at the CPS. It's all bullshit.
Well, I reckon if you were to put 100 people on those trails, I could get from Rick's house to the south end of the bridge without being seen by any of them.
How's that?
Know how?
How?
Up Bridge Creek.
Up what creek?
It's a little. If you think about where the bridge is, where the water is, there's a little turn off to the left, isn't there? Water.
Which bridge? The Monon?
Monon, yeah. As you go under it, going downstream, there's a turn off on the left. That goes all the way down to a couple of roads away from Rick Allen's.
Oh, that's the same. That is the same. Well, no, it's the opposite direction. That's
goes all the way down there. All he'd have to do is just get across the road, basically, and then he's into woodland, walking along the edge of a creek, all the way there. Check it on the Google.
And that's kind of the same. That's kind of the same philosophy as far as Patrick Westfall goes from his house. Traveling the woods in the creek bed, it was all right there, and he would take it out to what is it, Sunset Point, out there further on down.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. Yeah.
We keep losing Snay.
It would have been so easy. It was about the same amount of walking time. You wouldn't have been seen. You could go in and out. Nobody would have seen him. Why would you drive all the way around, walk down that trail? It's insane.
It is. Hold on, let me double check here.
Yeah, that creek goes around the back of Abby's house as well, if I remember right.
Sorry about that. I dropped my phone and then I just kept hitting the wrong buttons. But when I lost the sound, Quester, you were talking about the little offshoot from the creek.
Yeah.
That goes all the way down past the back of Abby's house, all the way down, and it's about a street, maybe 2 streets away from Rick's house.
Right. There's like a little culvert type thing not too far from there that, you're right. That you could go all the way to the bridge without being seen.
Yeah. No way would you be seen. It's all wooded. It's away from the walk. Easy. And the amount of time it would take you to walk from Rick's to the south part of the bridge would be about equal to the amount of time it would have taken to walk from where Rick parked to the south. So you'd have gained nothing by driving.
Well, hey, Rick, did you listen to me and Julie's live the other night?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Oh no. Hold on a second. Give me a minute.
Hey, Jeremiah, how you doing?
Oh, okay. We talked, we were talking about some of the, let me see, let me pull it in here. We had talked about Logan's barn that was torn down. There was a lot of talk of barns and places in the area where the girls could have been taken and hidden. Then there we talked about the cabin.
One other thing, Amy, about when you're talking about cabins, you know, there's a very tiny cabin just off the intersection.
Which intersection?
Back on the trails. The intersection from Mears Lot onto the main trail. Just off to the left, there's a small, dilapidated shack.
I've never seen it. I mean,
it's very small. It's about the size of an outhouse, basically.
Where
right,
so
yeah.
if you're coming in from Mears and you turn left to go to Monon, it's on what side, right or left? It has to be on the left.
On your left.
Yeah, it'd be on the left, like if you're heading toward the bridge.
You know where the tape was put up?
The what?
You know where the crime tape was put up?
Yes.
Well, it would be at the far end of that next to the trail.
I've never seen it. Are you sure it's still there? Are you sure it's still there?
I've got a picture of it. I'll see if I can find it.
I don't know if it's, I don't know that it's still there. I don't remember seeing it when Greeno and I went out there.
When was the last time that you were out there?
The trial.
Oh, okay. Was that last? That wasn't last year. I was there last year, and I was there during the trial. So, I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, I remember. I remember talking about the early days of my channel. I remember mentioning it and saying that the killer could have been there inside that tiny little thing, you know, that little building, and watched them walk by and then followed them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found it. I'll send it to you on Messenger. Just about to send it.
All right, let me pull it up here. Ah.
It's not very big, you know.
I sent it.
Okay. I do think I've seen this. And it never really dawned on me that it was anything of substance. I literally thought it was like some sort of like, I really thought it was a very small tool shed, because where it's at is definitely in an area where they kept tractors and all that kind of stuff. Hold on, let me pop it in here. And right here. You guys see it right there on the left-hand side?
It's really old. It looked like a good wind would blow it over.
It does, and it does have the appearance of an outhouse. Well, Rick, you can hang out if you want to. Our next guest is here, somebody that I am so freaking proud of for doing this, and he should be too. He's going to make me cry for even doing this.
Who have you got coming in? I'm in the show now. Ah, hey, how you doing, bud?
What's going
It's
on, Snay?
It's good to see you, man.
4 pit bulls
Oh,
across
there's a
America.
name.
We lost track of each other.
You're in my book, brother. I do
you
you good, man.
I haven't had a chance to capture that. I just subscribed to your new channel like 2 nights ago.
Yeah, people in the chat there, if you don't know who this is, this guy, he's been around since before the beginning, and he's a really good guy. So listen to him. But I do have to get out of here, man. I'm packing up to move and stuff, and my dogs have an appointment to get their vaccines here about 3:00. So, but man, I wish I could stay longer now, man. It's good to see you. It really is, man.
Good to see you too, Rick.
Yeah, get a hold of a copy of my book, man.
Take care.
Like I said, I do you well, man. I talk about you being a good dude.
I'll try to figure out how to get that.
All right, cool, man. It's good to see you, man.
Thank you, Rick.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Quester, man. It's good meeting you, my friend.
And you. Take care.
And goodbye to everybody in the chat. I'll probably stick around and watch for a little bit before I have to take them to their appointments. So, and if you're going really long, I'll probably see you when I get back.
Hey, Rick, drop your channel's new link in the chat, okay? Because people are asking.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I'll have to go out and come back in, I think, because it wouldn't let me come in the chat for some reason. But I can do that. So.
Okay.
All right.
Well, you take care.
See you guys later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
I probably won't stay on long. But I'll stick around long enough to answer a few questions if I can.
Are you camping?
I'm always camping. I live the lifestyle.
That's a good lifestyle. I wish I could do that.
I think we're on our 4th camper in 10 years, 40 states.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've been 40 states in 10 years, I think.
Wow. Well, how are you doing?
I don't know anymore. I just try to work through it all.
Do you?
I've been making some visits back home to try to help family and stuff, and the drugs and the alcohol and their behavior, and just sends me off once again, running from it.
Well,
Nothing has seemed to change around there.
No. Well, at least you have a place to run to and to get away from it. So you should be proud of yourself for being able to take yourself out of that environment.
Yeah.
You and I have had kind of a love-hate relationship over the years, but I've always had respect for you because I know what you were involved in, and you were able to break away from it, which is in itself a phenomenal accomplishment. So I commend you.
It really is. And the more I go back home, the more I realize it.
Mm-hmm. So good for you. Well, you're here.
I mean, I don't know who the town seems to think they're trying to fool, but it's the same stuff that it was going on back then.
Mm-hmm.
Same people, same crowds. They're still getting away with it.
And why?
I don't know when they come and talk and they try to promote themselves in every way as being good and good Samaritans and all that, it just makes me sick.
Why do you think that it is that so many people are able to get away with so much there?
A lot of it has to do with money and your name. Like, a lot of them have let's for instance, Derek German's dad, Brad German, five DUIs. He done a little bit of time, but for the most part, 5, then still gets in the office tavern over at Smoking Dogs, leave drunk, drive home still after 5 DUIs. Nobody messes with them, like
Mm-hmm.
that's just one thing
Is there a and I'm not gonna I won't ever put you in a position to call out names or anything like that. But am I wrong in my opinion that law enforcement and the bad guys go hand in hand?
Yeah, you're right in a way. Like, law enforcement is aware of who's doing what, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
But they're only going after the ones they want, to.
But are they going after the ones that they're not? Yes. But are they only going after the ones that they're not benefiting from? I mean, do you think that law enforcement is on the take? Is law enforcement in Carroll County on the take? You don't have to say names.
What do you mean?
On the take, as in on benefiting from, looking the other way, allowing shit to go on.
Well, in a lot of ways, yes.
Okay.
If you look the other way, you get a vote for the next time, or you might get a position of, you don't want to. You have to look the other way to a lot of families because they're the money in the county.
And
does that make sense?
Absolutely. And can you name me? Do you feel comfortable giving me 3 names that's at the top of that list who's filtering the money into the county?
I would say, well, you got the big farm families.
Okay.
So, you got the big farm families. But a lot of the money is involved with the hog plant funneling into the county.
Okay.
And then, of course, the patties in this situation with the girls is a lot of revenue funneling in. It's brought a lot of revenue, with people coming and being interested in the town and going and trying to look at the Monon Eye Bridge and utilizing the trail systems while they're there, eating out, all that, But like, there's just certain families like you don't mess with. Like there's Nick McClellan's got 4 or 5 uncles that are always have been heavily into drinking, grew the best marijuana in the county, called the Carroll County Crippler, used to deal all the cocaine. That family's overlooked. They're one of the big. They had owned a lot of the river bottom land out there by Carrollton Bridge. So that family goes way back into farming, where they were right down the road from the McCains.
The McCains. Yeah.
And then like Nick got his position, through his grandma was Doris. She worked in the assessor's office, I think, in the courthouse for 30 years.
Speaking of assessor, is that the same as William Duff? Or is that separate?
Nada Duff was his mom, and she worked in, I think she might worked in the treasurers or assessors, one of the two.
It was assessor.
Yeah, one of the two. Nada Duffs were a big family name. See, when I got out of high school, I dated a girl named Julie Gardner, and she had a child with Rick Roth. The Roths, their dad was sheriff at one time.
In Carroll County?
Yeah, Don was sheriff, and Uncle Dick was a state cop.
Okay.
But she was a little older than me, and I got to run with Marty McClellan, TT, Nick's dad, and Blondie was one of them. Mac was one of them. And then all their friends, too. The Duffs, like Nada's brothers. We would all meet over at the Duff's house because Duffer ran the stone quarry there at the Wabash.
Okay.
By the Wabash River. Duffer ran the Stone Quarry, and all the McClellan boys and the Duffs and all of us, we'd go over to Duffer's every weekend. He had a pool. And see the Purdue games and go to concerts, be big cookouts. Yeah, so I used to run with them all. Yeah. But those are the families,
I'm
and
dropping
there's
out for about
fingers to it,
5,
you
10
know.
minutes.
Question,
There's
what'd you
fingers.
say? Hold on.
Dropping out for about 5, 10 minutes. Be back in a little while.
Okay, that's fine. Just mute your camera.
And then there's fingers to that, you know, like the McClellans are best friends with the Jerkstorfs. And the Duffs are friends with the Walderses. So like them friends and fingers, like, yeah, like the cops really don't mess with them. Those families, they're always right. Like, you know, they could punch somebody in the face and that person self-defend themselves, but no, the Duff's still going to be the one in the right, or the McClellan's still going to be the one in the right in the law's eyes around there, because that's who's giving them the votes, and that's who's keeping them build up to have the positions they have.
Right.
To me, it's one. I don't know if you consider. I don't know what you consider it. You know, you lean towards, you hear RICO a lot on places and stuff. Like, it's more organized, it seems like. Just an organized little town of a network of crime. It's true crime.
Do you want,
I had to step away and go to 40 different states and see 40 different ways of life, states worth of way of life, and to finally realize that Delphi is not normal and the rest of the society does not operate like that. You know, I know there are places that are similar and do the same kind of stuff, but like in general, no.
I know that it's an emotional topic for you, and I know that at one point in time your friendship with Derek was a very valuable friendship. Where does that stand now? The friendship between you and Derek German?
It's destroyed. It's destroyed. I tried to speak with him when I went home right there a week before the trial. I actually tried to tell him that all this YouTube stuff, that if you just talk to me, I could stop all this shit.
Right.
And I'll just tell it how it is for you, man. And he just shut up. And then, of course, you know, I slipped some of them photos out there, and then we messaged after that.
Well, I did. Which photos? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyway,
you can tell me behind the scenes. You don't have to tell me on here.
And then, you know, and then Tara, she got with Shane Kersage. They became real good buddies, and it was nothing but dog me because I didn't see it their way or her way, and I told Derek that Derek act like he didn't know his family and stuff was badgering me or affiliated with me. He acted clueless about it all. Like some of the things that were being accusations made towards me and the harassment I was getting from, he acted like he didn't know Tara and Shane Kersage and that crew was even doing that to me. And I tried to tell him, you know, but
well,
we haven't spoke since. We haven't spoke since the text messages right before the trial. We haven't spoke since, and I've been very resentful. If you can't tell through my shorts.
No, I know, and I've heard the interviews, and I know it brought you to tears. I mean, and it's you come straight from the heart, and
these motherfuckers don't understand, man. I rode the school bus when we was in middle school with Derek. He lived down the road with Peggy German and Brad, and Jason Grant, and was Peggy's son, and we all wrestled together for like 8 years, man. And then I went on through living through Delphi, and me and Derek had affiliations through drugs for the next 15 years after that. And then this family acts like they don't know who Four Pits is. And man, that fucking sent me through the roof.
And is that because when all of this went down, I mean, I don't even know what to ask you as far as when it comes to Derek and Libby and that situation. It's,
when everything went down, I left November, 3 months before the murders. I went to Michigan and checked myself into Borges Hospital. And that's when was where I was determined disabled with PTSD and severe depression. Mm-hmm. And then I come out of there and I didn't go back home for 5 years. Mom was up in Michigan for the first 2 and I met Michelle. And like I said, I just traveled and stayed away and tried to heal. And, always remembered some of the things they preached, that you got to change your people, places, and things in order to get away from it. That was a lot of, things in the 12-step programs and stuff they taught us. And, I really practiced that when I got out. But so right before the murders, I knew how bad things really were.
How bad were they? On what?
They were so bad.
On what level?
Like,
as far when I say what level, I mean when you say things were so bad, are you talking about Derek?
I was seeing like quarter pounds of ice in places, in homes, and coming through. Christy Martin come through my house with a quarter pound of it. I lived right next door to Nada K. I was up for 4 or 5 days. Kirsty got pulled over that time, if you know the Doug Thomas story, where she threw all the dope out in the ditch. Well, Kirsty was at my house 2 days before. I had actually gave her money to go to Rushville to pick up that dope. I loaned her $500. And then a week or so after that, the stuff with Derek went down. And I just never could get it out of my mind. That 4 or 5 days, I had some Hispanics coming around my house 2 or 3 days after all that stuff come up missing. Christy got busted over in Ohio. I had Mexicans coming around my house and stuff. I actually got a gun out my attic window and told them they better keep walking. I remember I was spun, though. I was up for 4 or 5 days. I lived right next door to Nada K, and I was living in Ashley Wright's old apartment. She had moved out just before I moved in it. And I actually called the cops on myself. I called Jeremy Hayden, which was Tobes Lesenby's brother-in-law. He was married to Sarah Lesenby, which is Tobes' wife's little sister. And I told him what was going on with them Mexicans. Well, he knew I was having trouble. I think he called 911 or something, or I did. I was whacked. And Mike Thomas showed up and come to the door. And I told him, I said, Mike, I'm having troubles. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, he's like, well, there's really nothing we can do. You haven't done nothing wrong. I'm like, I know I haven't done nothing wrong, but I got people coming by the house. Anyway, he left.
When you say that Mexicans were coming by your house, what was their affiliation?
Well, I would think that I thought in my head that might have been the people that had sold the ice or had something to do with the drugs. I didn't really know. I was unsure. And I was too whacked to even think, well, man, I just sent that. Christy Martin went up and run. And I didn't know she was down there getting it from. But it was just so whack. It was so hardcore whack. Everybody, Derek, all of us were just off the hook.
Who snitched on Christy Martin?
Up for days, weeks.
Josh? Who snitched on
I
Christy
fucking
Martin?
snitched on Christy Martin. I did. I
you
wrote
really?
Curtis Fouts a letter and told that motherfucker that them motherfuckers are ruining people's lives.
So it wasn't Derek?
No, it was me. I fucking wrote Curtis Fouts a letter and I told him every motherfucker that was destroying people's lives and what they was fucking doing, and I'd had enough and it was affecting my fucking life.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, good for you.
That all was fucking hidden. Every fucking bit of it. And I thank Curtis Fouts so much for doing it.
And it's that avenue. It's that avenue that I've been down.
And you can call, anybody can, if you could ever get Mike Thomas to talk to you, he'd tell you everything I'm telling you is a damn truth.
He has.
Yeah. I don't lie. I don't have nothing to lie about no more. So.
And down that avenue, I've been told that these people in the realm, I'm not going to say names, but in the realm of the people that you're talking about, claim they bought from and sold to Carroll County law enforcement.
And now let me tell you another little story. Like, I'm not going to mention his name, but he ran with Derek a lot too. Now, that apartment that I moved into, where Ashley lived, when I moved into it, me and Derek had a buddy out of high school that was living downstairs. Well, he had got so much wrapped up in the meth and stuff, he'd lost his job and had to get kicked out. Well, I knew the guy that owned the place. So I remodeled the downstairs and cleaned the apartment out. When I did that, I found some computer chips, phone chips and stuff that I put in my laptop, and I found child pornography, the CSAM shit like these people talk about.
Yeah.
That one of my best high school buddies had. And he had a 10-year-old or 11-year-old daughter, and I had a daughter about the same age that stayed the night. I actually found some pictures of my daughter and shit that he had took. Yeah. And I confronted this motherfucker about it. We got in a fight over it. But I had threatened to I actually went up to the fucking jail with these fucking little cards, SD cards. And I was going to try to talk to Tobe, or it might have been sheriff before him, Tony Burns. Because those guys, I knew them well enough. I could talk to them, you know. But come to the foyer there to visit, where you walk into jail for visitation and stuff. And I wasn't about to talk to John about none of that shit. So I left, but I don't forget it. But now what I was trying to get at is that CSAM shit, Keegan Klein, my buddy I went to high school with. Sometimes, even in the back of my mind, I think Derek, them motherfuckers. I don't know. Do you think
Derek too?
I don't know, man.
That's one thing. Well, that's one thing that I've never gone down the path of, because there's nothing. His name's never come up on that side of the street.
His name's been so hidden, and he's been so recluse.
He's been protected. It's not hidden, but let me tell you, recluse. It's protected.
Like back in the day, Derek was very smart with electronics. He actually showed me. I used to carry that Boost Mobile phone, the Boost, and Derek showed me how I could go through there and find messages like from my girlfriend's number, and go in there and see who she was communicating with, and
really,
he was good, man. He knew how to like ping where you were at,
really
close to your all kinds. This was way back. Mobile? This was way back then. He was good.
Wow.
He said that's what he did all the time. Sat and rolled his fucking meth pipe and played on. He liked Candy Crush. He always played a lot of those games. Candy Crush, but a lot of times whoever It was a
You're
secret
breaking.
way of messaging people.
Hold on. You're breaking up. Hold on. Let me refresh it. Okay, say again. He played Candy Crush and what?
He played a lot of them games, like what, like Candy Crush was when they first come out. But I learned that you could secret message through people. Like if you had some friends that played, and you didn't have one was out of the circle and didn't play, you could communicate like in a little group, like and nobody would know you were talking. Like I had a girlfriend that was in their little Candy Crush game group. Well, she'd sneak off with them because they had a lot of the dope because they was making it, and they was a big. And I run out of dope. They had no dope. She'd run off with them, and that's how they'd secretly message and shit and meet up and shit.
So
took me a long time to figure all this shit out. I spent my girlfriend go missing for 2 or 3 days. She'd be running with Derek and Chester and Uncle Jimmy Griffith, and I'd be going to work, coming home, trying to figure out where she was. Crazy shit. But I wasn't the only one. It was going on. Everybody was dealing with that shit.
Right. So I've always had. Well, I'm a firm believer just based on the evidence. Becky and Mike knew what Derek was doing, correct? Sometime.
Yeah.
Were they benefiting from it?
Mike worked Caterpillar.
Right.
He's a pretty straight shooter guy, pretty straight laced. Now, I partied with his best friends, the Pancakes.
Oh, God, that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Actually, I'm going to just say this right now. Actually, when I was 16, 17 years old, the Pancakes molested me. I was their neighbor toy. Cute little boy. And
there's a lot of them and they're not good.
Brian drove truck and I got to sleep with his wife and fulfill their fantasies while he was gone a lot of times. But that was Mike Patty's best friend. And they did a lot of drugs. They were busted for meth and all that shit. And
Patty?
No, Pancakes.
Okay.
They were busted several times. As a matter of fact, they got a boy sitting in prison right now, I think, for getting caught with an ounce of ice, just like last year or 2 years ago. But I'm sure Brian and Mike partied in their younger days and stuff. But when Mike went to CAT, he was probably pretty clueless to a lot of what Derek and a lot of them were doing because he spent a lot of time down there. He had a pretty good position. But Becky, she knew Uncle Tommy and Uncle Dale Wood and all them guys been busted and affiliated with meth all their lives, bar shit. Like, it's nothing new. Randy German's the only one that stayed out of it.
Oh,
Randy's the one Julie used to be with, Julie Melvin. He was the high school football coach and the athletic for the boys.
Right. So real quick, just give me a brief rundown because, this marathon is to pull more people into this case.
Well, sure. It's definitely a grab to get the attention of the world.
Right. And so can you
and it's a hard fight for it.
It is. It's definitely a hard fight.
It's a hard fight.
Can you briefly run down and I'm not talking schoolboy age, but as a grown man, your connection with Derek and the knowledge, and I don't expect you to say anything that, I don't want to upset you. I just want you to explain how close the two of you were. So people take your word and understand that you are speaking from firsthand knowledge.
Yeah, I'm speaking from firsthand knowledge, totally. Like I grew up with him, and like I said, we wrestled for like 6 or 8 years together, and we lived in that small little town, and we dabbled with the same people and the same drugs, and I know I had friends I never actually cooked dope with Derek, but I was running pills for him and Josh Lank, Sudafed, and I know who had the anhydrous at the time I was running it. And Derek and Prater had already been busted prior years before that. But a few years after that, Chester had the anhydrous. We were gathering the pills. Lank and Chester and Derek were cooking.
Where were they? Okay, I'm not going to ask you about like residence wise. Was there cooking going on out there at the Monon?
I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm sure because before I left town, that's where I heard that Chad Swank, and Allball, and some of that crowd were out there, and Ashley's crowd that would go out there in the woods and cook. Mm-hmm. And then Chester just blow one up right there in the backyard and out there by, you know where, if you're heading to Monticello right before you get to the Madame Carroll, come back about a mile. There's a little turn, Patton it's called, Patton. You turn off to the lake and go down there. And he just blow them off in the backyard and then go inside. And you know, we always used a hot plate to evaporate it. So, you know, but you do all the anhydrous and shit outside. But a lot of times just right in people's homes.
What about the trunk of a car? What about the trunk of a car?
A lot of them were doing the shake and bake and driving around, and they'd throw their coolers out in the ditch and come back a couple hours after that stage of was done. But I tell you his name. How close do I have to tell you? I just named all his uncle, a lot of my affiliations with him. How his uncle was my coach, and how much and who we all ran with. What do you need to know, hon?
So I want to know.
What more do you need to know?
Can I take these two off the table?
I wouldn't take any of the Paladinos. Never, ever, ever. Like I told you, the day I went to trial, I seen what is his boy's name? You know who I'm talking about?
He was young. The one that I know of, but there's not a lot of information on his children.
What's the other Paladino we always have mentioned over the years? CJ. Is it CJ? Yeah, that one right there. Now, when I was at trial that day I showed up, man, there was a guy that walking around just that looked just like him, I swear, in a bridge guy looking blue jacket, just like bridge guy, and he was lurking out around over at the not on the square. He walked by the square, but then he started lurking over on the other side of the street by the rock shop, and he just stayed over there, and he was kind of just standing back in the distance. It's the weirdest, strangest thing to me. And I still remember it clearly.
So
because listen, I was sitting at the four benches. I was sitting at the four benches right there on the corner by the gazebo. And I had a Craftsman multi-tool pocket knife thing on me, pliers things. And an officer come up to me and kind of was questioning me about it. And I swear to God, this guy right here, see Joe Palladino in the bridge guy jacket, walks up right after the cop walks away from me and asks me about my knife and tells me it's very nice and how he'd like to have one of those. And it was very strange. And the whole incident was very strange, and it has not left my mind.
So I want to read a couple of things to you, and maybe you've seen them before, and I know message wise we've talked about them, but I want to because you told me this morning that Derek German and Mark Palladino were bunkies in jail. Yeah.
Way back when, like in early 2000s, I was in the same cell block with them.
So Mark,
cell block C.
Mark is on the right. Now, Mark's
on the right, definitely. On the right, definitely.
Okay. Do you know Sheena Cottrell?
I know some Cottrell. I know some Cottrells, but that girl I have never heard of. Was she from Delphi?
She's from the area.
A lot. The Hodges Drive, halfway between Delphi and Monticello.
Yep, 600.
Which was Palladino's stomping grounds. Stomping grounds. So it might have been Josh's. How old is she?
So she's about the same. I would say she's about the same age as Jason Palladino. So in 2017, she would have been in her early 20s.
Okay.
So this right here, she's implicating, it says, people used to call her Big Red because she has red hair. So Red, AKA Sheena, was at my apartment and she was beyond high. Sheena was out of her mind high, going on about how she was there when CJ Palladino killed those girls, and she knows what all happened. This person telling me, and I'll elaborate on who this person is. I was loaded at the time. There was never talk of a videotape unless Sheena told someone else. Furthermore, if I knew 100% who did that to them poor girls, I would go straight to the state police. Sheena implicated the Palladinos all the way. Mark, Jason, and CJ. That is coming from someone that Sheena was hanging out with. This next one comes from a tip. Let me see. Not that tip, this one. So a person called in, blank was speaking with blank about her boyfriend's daughter, Sheena Dillon. Dillon spoke of information regarding the Delphi double homicide. Dillon was living with Mark. Mark reportedly sold 100 pounds of crystal ice to Libby's father. Libby's father never paid Mark the 100 grand that he was owed. Mark then hired his nephew, CJ, to kill Libby in retaliation for not being paid for the drugs. On the day of
Mark was involved with a lot of ice.
On the day of the Delphi murders, Dillon claimed that Mark came home covered in blood and was wearing one glove, but one was missing. Mark took his clothes off and told Dillon to get rid of them. The clothes were burned. After this, Mark and CJ left and went to California, where they frequently went to pick up their drug supply. Dillon stated that the subject image in the Delphi homicide picture was CJ Palladino. Mark at the time was living right outside of Monticello, Indiana. Dillon is currently locked up in the White County Jail.
Yeah. I can't say no to that.
Have you ever heard of,
I'm telling you, with the bridge guy picture, the blue jacket, and the guy I seen at the courthouse that day was the closest looking thing I've seen anywhere in my life for any kind of match. And that would have been CJ. So that story, like, just spook. It's eerily weird.
Have you ever, I was told, the message from before that, where the person was saying that Sheena was saying that, the Palladinos were involved. I've spoken to that person, and that person claims they had ran with the Palladinos for about a decade. And he has been out of that. He has been out of that, like you, for about 8 years. He has a family. So he will not, and he said he will never come forward. But he told me.
It was so wild. It was so wild, the things that were going on. Like, people were making runs to Arizona, California. They was cooking a lot of stuff in the area, and a lot of people were coming down from Chicago to pick up. Like, I'd been at a house before, like 12 people from out of town were showed up to get shit. It wasn't small time. There was a lot of big quantities, really. And Mark and Derek and Chester and them guys were the guys holding it. Them guys were the guys holding onto it.
So have you ever heard about meth being put in barrels and buried underground to hide it? Is that a thing?
anhydrous, they would do that.
Because
I
was
knew
told,
guys that stole a whole tanker of anhydrous and buried it. A whole farm field tanker, like 300 gallons. But hey, there's different ways to make a lot of it. Like the ice, some of that they start somehow, and it grows in a dark place like underground, and it crystallizes, and the crystals keep accumulating.
So that is a
There's
thing,
different
because I mean,
Yes.
I was told that on the Palladino
Yes.
compound out there off of Hodges, in one
Mhm.
area of the back area of their property, they would bury the ice or the meth in barrels underground, and it would grow. Is that right?
Yeah. And then yes, that's a method of it. Yes. And then listen, there's another way they was doing it. They would take like a screen, and they would spray it with like Raid or some kind of insect spray of some sort. And they would I think they would like put battery cables on it. And when the spark and the charge hit there's a lot of different ways they started doing it. And then all that would drop off the screen, and you'd have your drug, There's different ways, but yeah, I heard of that growing the underground, and the crystal formations the crystals keep growing.
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Yeah. And if Palladino learned how to do that, I wouldn't surprise me a bit.
Yeah, I would, because I really, I don't know anything about the
Oh, he
crystal
was
ice or
heavy,
the
man.
meth. I was like, is this real life? Like 100, like I'm thinking 100 grand in crystal ice. I'm like, were the Palladinos really moving that kind of meth? And I was told they were moving millions. That's the exact words. They were moving millions.
Yeah, like I was telling you, like I'd see Christy and them running with quarter pounds and stuff, but they were just moving it for somebody else, And then, but Derek, he had his hands in a lot at certain times in his life, Him and Lank. Many times I went to Lank's house, big old bags of it.
Yeah, well, I
mean, Lank made money, man. Hand over fist. These guys were making money.
They don't look like it. They
No,
hide
they
it very
don't.
well.
But
they don't look like it.
They did, man.
So when it comes to, for example, okay.
You never make money from it in the end.
So was Derek a meth head, or did he just smoke occasionally?
He's a meth head. No.
Was he really?
No, he'd fill that whole pipe halfway full. He'd just sit on the couch and just rip all day long. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I sat with him so many times doing it. I was a meth head. Yeah, for almost 20 years there.
Mm-hmm.
I got busted for conspiracy to manufacture in 2000. And 55 people got busted for that year. Bill Brown, Lisa Hinton, Kathy Clendenning was involved, but she skated her way out because she snitched.
Kathy Clendenning hates my guts.
Yeah, she's something else, let me tell you. But anyway, listen, here's how I got busted. I was getting ready to get a divorce. I lived on Cumberland Street in Camden. Mm-hmm. And I was getting ready to get a divorce. And of course, I had been doing stuff and partying, but Lisa and Kathy had been cooking out by Deer Creek. And I was up for themselves, her and Tyner. Okay. Yeah. Back then, you could get as many boxes of pills you wanted. You didn't have to sign nothing. Everybody like 5, 10 people go round up boxes. They could blow up ounces, 2, 3, 4, 5 ounces, pound of meth, And But anyway, I made a deal with Lisa. I said, I'll go around. She said, you give me this, this, and this, and I'll give you $500 to $1,000. So I went around and got the Sudafed, the ether, and the lithium batteries. And I had them in a cooler. and I was ready to deliver them to her. I drove around for like 2 or 3 days looking for her because I needed that money to get an attorney for a divorce.
Okay.
The next fucking thing I know, cops are knocking on my fucking door.
Uh-huh.
Kathy and fucking Lisa got busted down at fucking Riley Park with a needle in her fucking arm.
Who did?
Lisa Hinton did.
Okay.
Kathy Clendenin's cook buddy got busted down at Riley Park with a needle in her arm. Well, all that
Okay.
fucking.
Is Lisa Hinton related to Lori Hinton?
Kevin is Lisa's sister. She's passed away now.
Oh no, don't tell me that. Okay.
Yeah. She's passed away now. But anyway, the cops came in and found them precursors. And I was young. It was my first charge ever. I was only like 19, 20, 21 years old, maybe 22. And I lost my home, fucking everything. I just bought that home and remodeled 5 rooms in it. I'd done 10 years supervised probation. I spent like 6 months in jail. They took it pretty easy on me, but it was just conspiracy. It was just conspiracy to manufacture. So, but I played hell for the next 10, 12 years. Because like I smoke a little weed or something, violate probation, lock me up for 90 days. They did that like 3 times. I'd fucking lose where I was staying, hand over my keys, everything, start over again. Yeah, it was. I just can't. I can't tell enough stories to describe it all.
I can't imagine.
It's so intense.
I would love to take you to dinner and just let you vent.
Well, I'm just like, it's a nightmare to me. I still have a lot of my PTSD's from all that. I know Liggett so well. Like, he tased me naked in my house one time. I was naked, got up and answered the door. He come in, roughing me up. I just had somebody there that asked my girlfriend to go home. And now listen to this. A guy comes in my house named Bobby Henderson at 2 o'clock in the morning. I came home from the bar about 10 o'clock and went to bed because I had to go to work the next day. My girlfriend at the time stayed at the bar and ran off in his truck at 2 o'clock in the morning and come to my house. And she came in and about an hour after she'd been there, this Bob Henderson come looking for his truck. Well, he just happened to just barge right in my door, and he was drunk off his ass, and asked this chick to go home with him right in front of me in my house. I'm standing there in my undies or half naked. I'm pretty sure I was naked. I told this motherfucker 3 times, you better get the fuck out the house. So I'm gonna help you. Well, he didn't leave. I fucking helped him out the fucking house. So immediately he ran out the fucking cop shop. They come down, Liggett comes in. Of course, I'm on probation. I'm the fucking bad guy right away. Fucking don't even want to hear my story. I take
not trespassing or anything.
I ended up $2,000 bond. I bonded out. I fought this shit for 2 years. I took it to jury trial. I was found not guilty in 12 minutes when the verdict was being read. People lucky he is still even alive. Judge Curry at the time scolded Tony Liggett in front of the jury for not having a warrant to come in my house, but at all. He even actually said his words were, into my house without a warrant. So, and then listen to this. On top of this, when all the Delphi stuff starts popping off and all these other cases start popping off, I tried dragging up this jury trial that I won. This case I beat in Delphi. Scrubbed. All the trouble shit I got in Delphi is on my case, but the case I won against them bastards is scrubbed. Yeah.
All of Derek's shit is
I did finally get the case number because I called my fucking lawyer, which was Ann Briggs's daughter, Caroline Briggs, and I talked to her secretary, and she dug and found me the case number, and I sent it to Osbrook, and I'm like, look at guys, find this shit. I'm not illegal. Like they scrubbed it. Like, but can you find this? So I could pull out, try to get some of the transcripts to where like I could show where Liggett was scolded by Judge Curry. Cause that should all be in transcript from court document, you know, and that how they treated me and how I had to beat that trial shit. I've been through hell in that town. And then like, Nick, don't you ever fucking think you can prosecute me because you will be a conflict of interest, motherfucker.
Who, Nick McClellan?
Bitch. Yeah. He's a conflict with Derek's case. That was so wrong. Some
Which
families were so
Derek?
close.
Which case for Derek? Because everything about
case,
Derek,
he never should have been able to try that murder case with Derek.
tell me why.
Those were friends of the family in the county for all their lives. Grew up together. Went to these Duff and McClellan's cookouts and all this shit. Yeah.
Mm.
And wow, it just amazes me what happened. I am so blown away. As you all can tell, like you see me going hardcore with my shorts.
So,
you know, these motherfuckers need to pay for all the people they hurt, all the shit they hid, all the fucking people they deceived. Crazy.
Did you?
They don't want to admit nothing.
Right after the girls were found, what was the relationship with you and Derek at that time, and what was?
I didn't contact you. I did not contact Derek after I left in November, and then the murders happened in February, and then my brother took that creek search I told you about. And since a lot of people have seen them, I posted them. The pictures, the blue glove, the E carved into the tree, the knife laying in that fire pit, that camper and stuff. When my brother told me he was going to do that, and he sent me them pictures back, I contacted Derek and sent him the pictures. And he replied, well, did you notify somebody? Well, Brother Jake said he did. I didn't actually. But I thought to myself, and over the years, I thought to myself, well, did you notify somebody, Derek? One of your best buddies you're growing up with just sent you all this shit. Did you notify somebody? You know, like.
What is your...
So we messaged, and we stayed Facebook friends, like likes and likes on certain things about our friends we grew up with. And we stayed like, you know, cordial. We communicated Facebook likes and seeing what each other was doing. And then, of course, the Patties and all their shit pretty went obsolete. Blocking people, blocking you so you couldn't see their pages and shit. But after I left home through the trial, no, it's hard feelings now. Pretty hard feeling.
I know I asked you this earlier, but did Derek know Ron Logan?
Oh, I'm sure.
Because Ron Logan acts like he doesn't know anybody, but at the same
Derek bartended at Keister's, and Ron Logan went to Keister's every night after he worked at DPC or Indiana Packers. He was a maintenance man.
Right.
He went to that bar, and Derek was his bartender for many years. So,
okay.
And then they just lived 2.5 miles down the back stretch, the back way to the creek.
Yes, they did.
To
yes,
Rocky.
they're
2 miles, 2.5 miles. Yeah, they know each other for sure.
And so when this all happened, where did your mind go? When this all happened and you found out it was Derek's daughter.
Oh, completely into investigation mode. Completely into investigation mode.
But which direction?
Like
which direction did you go?
With Doug Rice.
Okay, yeah, I know that you were in communication with him.
Well, I mean, there was so much going on. You got to remember, we went through the Daniel Nations, the Chadwell, we went through the Eder, we went through all these motherfuckers. JP, we went through all how JP was affiliated through Delphi.
You're talking about,
and then we just went throw so many people. And then me and Doug got him talking about the Christy Martin and all that shit that I knew about, and the Gabe Ellis, all that crowd shit. And we just dug and dug and dug. And then it seemed like everybody was going in the right direction. And then all of a sudden, oh, here's Richard Allen. You know, it seemed like everybody was getting so close to like really pinning this somewhere. And then, you know, a lot of people don't think that Frank's motion makes a lot of sense, but man, if you really knew what was going on, you wouldn't double think it at all.
so
like
when the
I can
girls
see,
went back,
hey, Amy, I can see why
what the hell?
Delphi claimed they lost all the evidence, because you know they didn't want none of this shit coming out, and they weren't sure that they could they weren't sure that they could hide it at trial at this point. You know, they didn't know they was going to have Judge Gall to let all that shit stay out or anything like that.
But on the onset, first of all, we know that. So the only reason that law enforcement would have a reason to hide anything is because they were hand in hand with some of these people. But
yeah,
when you talk about going down all of these different avenues of all of these different suspects, your mind didn't go straight to this was tied to anything that Derek had done. You didn't think that way at all?
Yes.
You did?
Right away.
Did Derek think that?
I know how Derek was, and I know how he treated people, and I know how he was dirty on dope deals, and I know how he was when it was time to collect money. I know how all that shit. I know how he was. I know how he was with girls that come over and he'd try to sleep with. I knew all of it. I know how he drugged people up. One time I walked in, he had Sean O'Brien's girlfriend in the bedroom. She was so fucking heroined out that I had to ask him if she was okay and even alive. Really? I know fucking Derek very well. He knows it and I know it. And if they hadn't pissed me off and they hadn't fucking treated me so bad for trying to help them and try to give them information, I would never ever told all this shit.
Right. Did Derek ever say anything to you like, dude, I think I fucked up so bad it's cost me my daughter? Did he ever convey any kind of feeling like that, or did he always try to play everybody around him stupid, like this had nothing to do with him?
He pretty well went silent after the murders.
Yeah, yeah. These years, no one's ever heard from him.
You know, I got a few messages over them years with him where I sent him them pictures, and then a few messages from when I tried a week before trial, a couple days right before trial, and then no, I'm still disappointed he hasn't talked to it. How sad is it? I know how we were raised, and we weren't raised that way. We was raised from a very good group of very athletic and talented boys, and with them, and like our team was 12-1 my junior and senior year. Like we all had honor and Delphi pride, and Derek really let me fucking down as an Oracle, and he let a lot of his fucking teammates down too. Crawl in the corner and hide like that after your daughter was murdered.
Crawl in the corner and what?
Crawl in the corner and hide like that after his daughter was murdered.
Okay, crawl in the corner.
Yeah.
And for the outsiders looking in, we look at it like it's a sign of major guilt.
Yeah, it is. There's no, you can't deny that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I told Prof one time, even if it wasn't people that Derek was affiliated with or anything like that, those girls learned what they learned from being around Anna and Derek and Carrie, and the online activities that they were into were taught to them by watching their parents do drugs and all that shit. Like their curious ages, we've seen like messages of promoting themselves to try to get men or whatever. On some online things Prof posted or somebody posted a week or two ago. All that shit, all the behaviors of how young they were and the promiscuous things they were doing, that was groomed in them by their families. You know, they knew Derek, like Abby knew their dad, Derek, was a meth head. Libby knew Anna was a drunk and done meth, you know.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Anna's still a bar drunk. Still. Derek's so recluse, I don't know what he's doing, but I have a hard time believing that he put everything down. But then again, his weight and health right now, he might not get around too well right now. I don't know. But they didn't want anybody around them that wasn't, oh, poor Germans and patties. If you didn't have that attitude around them, you were a fucking piece of shit.
Do you think that Anna is?
But they wanted all this information. They wanted all this information. They wanted all these friends speaking up and telling what they knew. They wanted everybody fucking putting their pieces of what they had together to pass on to them. That's how they were collecting evidence.
But do you think that Anna is really? I mean, I have a really hard time believing that Anna is fully invested in this conviction of Rick Allen, and I'm not gonna.
I don't think Carrie is either. I don't think the Patties are.
With the Patties, like I said earlier, multiple times this week, I feel the Patties are in a situation that they can't bring Libby back, but they got to protect Derek. But Anna,
this is what we go to bed to. This is what we go to bed to because we have to accept it.
Right. But Anna,
and that's how they get themselves to sleep at night.
Anna's in a different situation, and her situation is more so I don't have the means to fight it. So her being her drinking or whatever drugging that she's doing, I understand that. I met her. I mean, she was the most genuine. Like she had just got her hair cut short when I met her, and I really didn't quite recognize her at first. I met her at Ashley Garth's grandma's house.
I didn't run with Anna. She was younger, and I didn't run with her. But my girlfriend used to run over there to her house.
I thought she was a sweetheart, and she won't even talk to me now.
No, anybody that come out on YouTube or anything that went against anything that they were trying to achieve, they hate us, man. And then they don't even understand. They don't even want to take the time to understand how the judiciary did not work how it's supposed to, and how it compromised for a conviction. If that was their child, they wouldn't have tolerated that at all. They would have never allowed Derek to go and be convicted like that with those overreaches and oversteps of the judiciary to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
So if they were in Richard Allen's family shoes right now, they'd be right there fighting for Derek, fighting for an appeal, and all that right now themselves. Don't let them fool you.
Are you? What pocket do you fall in on this case? I know that you're fully aware of the different viable suspect groups. The Patrick Westfall, the Brad Holder, the Ron Logan, and who this, that, or a third with Ron Logan, or the drug angle. What pocket do you fall in?
I don't like to say, Amy, because
I understand.
Because I've helped build It started with me and Joe, crime night.
Yes.
Fired it all off.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking to help all of to help drive about legal justice and you know, and corruption in this small town and deceit. And I follow in the possibilities of the drug affiliations, the gay Bellises, the Westfalls, and that all being still very possible. The Palladino, all that.
Where do you feel? So when it comes to Derek,
do I have a percentage that has a Richard Allen possibly? Yes.
Do you really?
There's a percent. Yeah. Yeah. It's the smallest percentage. But
where do you think? Okay, so in at the drug angle, who do you think Derek's detriment was? Was it with the Gabe Ellis's and the Kokomo crew people, or was it more because I feel like the Palladino
it had to be one of the two.
Which one?
One
because
it had to be. I can't really say because it's equal to me.
What the Kokomo and Gabe Ellis crew and the Palladino crew?
And my feelings on that I'd probably stand in the equal area. Equal is like one of them too, 50-50 on them. And I'd go with that all the way from
who's
the drug.
Who's more powerful?
I'd say
who has more strings to pull?
I'd say Kokomo. I'd say Kokomo. I'd say Kokomo crew because they were more affiliated with Aryan Brotherhood and the heathen crowd and all them guys were connected in the prisons because they'd all been going to prison for many, many years.
8 Ball?
I'd say the Gabe Ellis, Kyle Stacy, what's the boy Travis Williams, which was Eric Williams' cousin.
What?
And Christy Martin. They were all fucking really tied into that fucking Aryan Brotherhood shit and that fucking like Westfall shit, Odinism.
Sons of Odin.
Yeah, Christy Martin was dating Zach Zuber, which was a member of the Sons of Odin when they got busted in Ohio. Yeah,
you know,
so I'd say that's a more dangerous, powerful crew than Palladino was.
But Derek survived. Well, Derek kind of survived the snitching on that group of people. You know, the James Prater, the Christy Martins, and I feel like he may have moved on to the Palladinos, which was closer to home.
Oh, he was talking. Okay. Derek was talking. His family was best friends with the. Listen.
Educate me, please.
They lived right down the road from Patty's. Lived right down the road from. God damn it. Pearson. And Pearson's dad was a Carroll County deputy for 20 years. Daniel's dad, Scott, was a deputy for 20 years. And they lived 3 houses down from each other. And I guarantee you Mike, Patty, and Scott were fucking hunting buddies.
This doesn't make my life any easier. Hearing that come out. Daniel Pearson, young bridge guy sketch, brown poofy hair on the first platform.
Yeah.
Did he do meth?
Not sure. He was so young. He's such a younger crowd than me. Like, I'm not sure. A lot of younger ones were doing it though. I mean, like, I don't know, Amy. My ass is getting wore out.
I won't keep you then. Because I want you to come on again. So I won't keep you.
I hope I gave you enough time today.
You did. And you know what? I'm so freaking grateful, and I'm like,
Yeah.
and I think everybody in the
I ain't
chat
got
has kept.
I ain't got no hard feelings towards you.
I know we've had some, and it's not
I'm
us. It
so
wasn't
proud of
us.
you.
It was outsiders putting.
I'm so proud of you. You don't even have a clue, and I always will be.
Well, thank you, and I'm proud of you because
Hey, you got your channel, and I seen it grow so fast, and you went so hard. It was so impressive that I don't think it can't be done again. Nobody else out there can do it.
Thank you.
So
and
you did well.
And
you formatted it and you laid it out so beautiful. Just like Prof has. I know everybody's Prof's my dude, man.
I know.
Prof's my dude. And nobody can take anything away from that dude. Just battled through all of it. There's like 5 or 6 remaining YouTubers out of dozens that were destroyed.
Do you before you go? Do you
have? He's been harassed. He really been harassed about harder than anybody, you know. So like, I don't blame you for retaliating. Yeah.
Well, I just want you to know that here. I want you to know that here you're not caught in the middle. I know that Prof and I have never spoken, but
I mean, even to tell you, like Angela, they came at me way in the Doug Rice days. All I knew was Angela's name and never seen her before. It was all Facebook shit. Matt, all, you know, and then I had mines with them because Angela got with that CJ and they tried to make a clown out of me. And I, you know, but still to this day, I ain't got no hard feelings. So I'm so proud of them. You know, Osbrook, I'll razz his ass, but you know, I dig Osbrook.
Osbrook, yeah,
you know,
he's
the
man. He's the man.
How can you blame a guy willing to step up and share his knowledge of the judiciary that we didn't know?
And it breaks my heart. Some of the things.
He's the only one that did.
And
we are podcasters. We are podcasters. I mean, I'm not really a podcaster. You all are podcasters. I do my shorts and stuff, but Osbrook is an attorney for all his life.
He's the real deal. And if people only knew.
And Richard Allen, through this process, if he doesn't get the appeal and Osbrook does the
post-conviction,
post-conviction relief.
Post-conviction.
Richard Allen will get some Richard Allen will be awarded some kind of post-conviction relief.
Well,
he will.
You know, I just want it to be known that if people only knew the trenches and the mud slinging that Osbrook has been through to maintain the fight for Rick, and has he's never told me this, but I truly believe that he's turned away paying cases to work this independently on his own.
Sure. Guaranteed. No doubt about it.
I will always.
You think he spent all these hours on? You think he spent all these hours on YouTube late night, all night for fucking years, 2 years straight, fucking listening to all this shit because he was getting paid? No,
he ain't getting paid. He's doing it because you can't let especially as an attorney, you can't let an injustice like this go.
And he's collected the pieces that he's gathered. He's collected that he knows work in the law and the legal system. All this other shit he's listened to, but he's grabbed onto those pieces that will eventually help in appeals and post-conviction.
Yes.
And these people don't ever put anything past Mark Lehman. Yeah. He's the real deal. And he's going to present one hell of a case.
And I'm going to be there.
He's coming up very soon.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be scared if I were on the other end of what, yeah, because Mark Lehman's the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so glad they passed it over to him.
Well, 4 pits.
I'm out of here, Ron.
Before you go, do you have a message that I can give to Ashley? Because I'm going to talk to her tonight.
Ashley Wright?
Fuck no.
Ashley Wright?
Ashley. No, my Ashley.
Oh, Ashley Garth. Oh,
yes.
Ashley Garth. Just tell her I love her and I hope she's doing okay. Oh, tell her I went out and seen her mom.
I did tell her that.
Tell her I volunteered to crawl under her mom's crawl space.
I told her that. She was like, "Oh my God, yeah, I know." She said, "My mom called. She talked to her mom. She's doing good.
Yeah.
We have some stuff in the works behind the scenes, but she's doing good. She's trying to raise.
She sounds pretty good. Does she have any hope yet?
We have hope. I'll never give up hope until we've
I mean,
exhausted
like,
all of our
has she got anything coming up to try to get her closer to getting out?
Yes, we have some things coming up.
I mean, she's got to do her half her sentence before she can put in for a modification.
No, we still have filings. We have filings that I'm hoping are going to get filed before December.
Yeah.
So.
All right. You tell her I love her.
I will tell her.
She's the only girl I ever let ride my motorcycle. She jumped right on that. I had a 750 Yamaha 650 XS. She was like, it was a year or two before I left town. We was running around out at Horseshoe Bend at Tooley's. She jumped right on that big old bike and took off around the bend.
Uh-huh.
It was cool.
Yeah, she's a tomboy. She calls herself a river rat. She calls herself a river rat. Yeah.
Her dad, Tobe, was River Rat motorcycle guy.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Later. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm glad I could get through it for you.
I'm glad you did.
I had a rough morning. I sucked it up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Later.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
I have to tread lightly. He gave me more time than I thought he would, but that's definitely somebody who is close to the situation, closer than whatever I could get. So, Quester, are you still here?
I'm still here.
Oh, his audio was not great because they travel out. They have a camper. They go from state to state. But yeah, this morning when him and I talked and he said he was going to come on, I was like, what? Yeah. And even with someone so close to the situation, I mean, I think today I learned for the first time and that Derek knew Ron Logan.
Up. You froze up there, Amy. You froze up.
Did I? I'm sorry. Am I okay now?
Yep.
I said, I think today I learned for the first time that Derek and Mark confirmed knew each other. They were bunkies in jail, and that Derek German knew Ron Logan.
Yeah, I suspected he did. I just didn't have the proof.
Yeah. So, yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed hearing from him because it's hard to get him to talk. I mean, it really is. I guess honestly, it's probably dangerous for him to talk, and it's also a situation that he lived that lifestyle for so long. There has to be a threshold for him where he feels like maybe he's betraying the people that he grew up with. but to keep himself sane and to justify his decisions to get out of it, he can't reconcile with himself not discussing it. I don't know, but I give him all the kudos in the world for having, the courage to speak out. But what a lifestyle.
Hard job. Yeah.
What a lifestyle. And I'll tell you what, when you drive down Main Street in Delphi and you look around, you would never dream that there's this seedy underbelly in that area. It's beautiful there. It's so bizarre that this stuff goes on. And you can't look away. It's so bizarre. You cannot look away. So, thanks, Radar. Well, Quester, I don't have anything else on the books today. Tomorrow is going to be all about the Odinists. And luckily for me, I'm a little bit ahead of the game because I already had to go over that aspect of the case today until all of this extra stuff came up. So I know we still have some work to do tonight, but are you going to be available tomorrow? Or do you have things to do? It's the last day.
You've given me a lot to do, haven't you?
I have. So otherwise, I'm done. Are you good?
I'm good.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, it's 3:30, and we will be back again tomorrow at 11 a.m. And tomorrow will be the last day of the marathon. Maybe next week, Quester and I will. One of the things that I do want to go over again is the finding of the bodies. I just want to now that we have a little bit more information, I want to go over that again. So that might become a priority next week. But for after Saturday, for at least 2 or 3 days, I'm going to be cleaning house, getting laundry done. So, Quester, I will see you in the morning at 11. If you need me this evening, message me. Everybody in chat, thank you so much for being here. Also, I have a special guest tomorrow. So you won't want to miss that. It is Natalie, who I think she's going to be on tonight on Criminality's channel. I communicated with them and got in contact with her. She wants to come on to share the information about the rally that's going to take place for oral arguments. So she'll be here tomorrow, roughly for maybe 30 minutes to a half hour around 1 o'clock. So make sure if you hop offline and you don't get back on tonight and see her on Criminality's channel, she'll be here tomorrow. So yeah, we've got like 3 weeks until oral arguments. All we can do is cross our fingers. Okay?
Okay.
All right, guys. I will see you later. Hit that like button, subscribe, hype the video. I will see you all later. Good night.
Good night, Amy. Good night, everyone.
Good night.